Chapter 89. Klinsmann's eyes shone with a complicated light, but it only flickered for a moment before returning to normal. He said coldly, "Ayo, Gera, when you go back, don't forget to pray that you don't fall into my hands one day." Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around with some difficulty, and his gaze fell on Garnett's face. Garnett ignored Klinsmann's gaze. He looked at Cardinal Ayo Gera and said coldly, "I wonder, in the eyes of the church, which is more important, the vampire prince or us? If you think the vampire prince is more important, please swear in the name of the Holy Father that I will hand Klinsmann over to you." Chi-Yu, who was standing in the distance, was stunned when he saw Garnett's actions. Then he understood. The Covenant of Darkness was indeed worthy of its name. Interesting. Looks like it's going to be lively today. Zagru secretly held Chi-Yu's hand. A wave of peaceful Buddhist power flowed into Chi-Yu's body through the relic bead. With the help of the Buddhist power, Chi-Yu's Kirin's muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing reached its peak, rapidly healing his injuries. The other Zodiac Guardian warriors also understood that this was not the end of the shocking event. They quietly recovered their strength. Ayo Gera's gaze met Chi-Yu's from afar. He nodded slightly at Chi-Yu. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man smiled and said, "Interesting indeed, Your Highness. You probably never thought that the Covenant of Darkness's expertise in the art of sluggishness would one day be used on you, right? This must be Wolf King Garnett. Not bad. Your Highness' judgment is correct. To the Church, the vampire Prince Klinsmann, whose strength is close to that of the Blood Emperor, is obviously more important. All right, since you're willing to trade him for your freedom, I, Cardinal Adra, swear in the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit that as long as the Dark Parliament hands over vampire Prince Klinsmann to the Holy Church will not make things difficult for them today, and will let him go." Garnett heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the 5 vampire Grand Dukes and said coldly, "Although all of you are from the Dracula family, I believe that all of you wish to become the new vampire prince and enter the core of the Covenant of Darkness to become a counselor. I had no choice but to do what I did today. I hope you can understand that if I didn't do this, you would have died as well." The 5 Grand Duke vampires remained silent, as if they didn't know what was happening. Klinsmann didn't say anything. Wolf King Garnett had cast slow at full power. In his current condition, there was no way he could break free. He knew what would happen to him if he fell into the hands of the Holy Church. His eyes were filled with despair. Adra waved his hand, and the 4 holy knights, led by Lu Yuan, walked towards the Covenant of Darkness. Wolf King Garnett looked at Klinsmann and said coldly, "Just now, you said that under certain circumstances, anyone can be betrayed for their own sake. I'm sorry, but if you don't die today, then we will." As he spoke, he was already prepared to face the 4 holy knights. At this moment, an incongruous sound rang in Garnett's ears. Kirin's phantom steps. A faint shadow flashed by, and Garnett felt his whole body go numb for a moment. Then, Klinsmann disappeared from his hand. Garnett was shocked and immediately attacked in the direction of his thoughts, but he hit nothing but air. Chi-Yu grabbed Klinsmann with his right arm, and in the blink of an eye, he had already returned to the Zodiac Guardian warriors. The Thundercloud force cooperated with Kirin, and when no one was paying attention to him, he easily snatched Klinsmann from Garnett's hands. Lu Yuan said in shock, "Mr. Chi, what do you mean by this?" Chi-Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Nothing much. I just feel that it's a little unfair. We were the ones who fought with our lives on the line just now. It's a little too unfair for the people from the church to want a vampire prince the moment they arrived. So, I feel that it's better for this vampire prince to fall into my hands as a spoil of war." As he spoke, he tapped Klinsmann's body with his left hand. Black and silver light entered Klinsmann's body at the same time. He used the purest power of Kirin's bloodline to seal him. Not to mention Klinsmann, even a 10,000-year-old beast would not be able to escape once it was sealed. Garnett, the Wolf King, and Baslu, the Bear King, stiffened. Would the Holy Church let them go after losing Klinsmann? Ayo Gera looked at Chi-Yu from afar and said, "Mr. Chi, I admit that we came a little late today. I apologize on behalf of the Holy Church. However, this vampire Prince Klinsman is an extremely dangerous person. I think it's better for you to hand him over to us. He's useless to you. We'll bring him back to trial and burn him at the stake." Chiyu shook his head and said, "Esteemed Cardinal, how do you know that Klinsman is useless to us? I'm sorry, but I can't hand him over to you. I think it's better for you to deal with these people from the Covenant of Darkness first." Then he grabbed Klinsman and led the Zodiac guardian warriors into the Chongsheng Temple. Lu Yuan gave Ao Gera a questioning look. Ao Gera hesitated for a moment, then shook his head gently. All of the experts of the Covenant of Darkness had already gathered together, secretly preparing themselves. Although they knew that they had no chance of escaping against the Cardinal Bishop and 5 red-robed archbishops, they were not willing to be captured and tied to the stake just like that. Ao Gera slowly held the Bible in his hand in front of his chest. The holy light had already begun to shine. Different from the holy light of the holy knights, the holy light radiating from his body was silver. The energy aura did not seem strong, but when the silver holy light appeared, all the people from the Holy Church showed expressions of respect. "Hold on." A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Ao Gera was shocked. In the Holy Church, his strength was second only to the Pope. The sudden appearance of this voice was clearly nearby, but he did not notice it. This showed how powerful this person was. "Who's there?" A group of 7 people slowly walked out from the other side of the Chongsheng Temple. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, without any warning. Be it the people from the Holy Church or the remnants of the Covenant of Darkness, they all focused on the 7 people who suddenly appeared. One of them was in front, while the other 6 were at the back. The one walking at the front was a woman in a long white dress. Her long purple hair flowed softly behind her, and her soft purple eyes revealed a faint smile. In the eyes of the people from the Holy Church, her perfect face was nothing more than a real angel. At the same time, Ao Gera felt a huge amount of energy from her that made him afraid. Behind her were 3 men and 3 women, each carrying a large box on their back. The men were all tall and handsome, while the women each had their own characteristics, but all of them were Western beauties. Cardinal Ao Gera's eyes narrowed slightly. "You are from Greece?" The leading woman smiled. Her charming smile was filled with a holy aura. "Yes. Hello, Mr. Cardinal Ao Gera. We are from Greece. You can call me by my Chinese name, Yumo." "Yumo, Yumo." Ao Gera's eyes suddenly narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, "You are the successor of Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, and the current guardian of Greece." Yumu said indifferently, "I don't deserve to be called the guardian of Greece, but I did inherit part of Athena's power." Ao Gera was, after all, a core member of the upper echelon of the Holy Church. After a short moment of surprise, he quickly returned to normal. His eyes swept across the 3 men and 3 women behind Yumo. He smiled and said, "Then you must be the constellation guardians of goddess Athena?" Yumo nodded slightly and said, "Perhaps we have appeared at the wrong time. However, Yumu is here to plead for the people from the Covenant of Darkness." Ao Gera frowned and said, "Miss Yumu, you should know that the Covenant of Darkness is the common enemy of the West. This is a good opportunity to reduce their strength. I don't understand why you are pleading for them." Yumu glanced at the Wolf King Garnet and the Bear King Baslu and said, "Killing won't solve any problems. Moreover, I'm afraid the Holy Church's purpose for coming here is not to kill the people from the Covenant of Darkness. They're now a group of dragons without a leader. Why should they be so ruthless? Although the Holy Church and the Covenant of Darkness have been at odds for many years, if the Covenant of Darkness were to launch a crazy revenge, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good thing for the Holy Church. Why don't we take a step back and let them go back to the West?" Ao Gera's eyes flashed. He slowly put down the Bible in his hand and revealed a strange smile on his face. He said, "Since Miss Yumu is pleading for them, then fine. We will let them go this time. Garnet, Baslu, if you do evil again, the Holy Church will definitely punish you. Go." I don't want to see you in the Yin Huang Republic ever again. Garnet and Baslu heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They looked deeply at Yamu, but did not say any words of gratitude. They left the Chongsheng Temple with the remnants of the Covenant of Darkness as quickly as they could. The lineup sent by the Covenant of Darkness this time could not be said to be weak. However, they were destined to fail from the beginning. Even if they sent more Dark Masters, the result would not change. After all, they were not only facing the Holy Church, but also the Eastern Guardians led by Chi Yu and the Greek Guardians led by Yamu. 3 against 1. How could they stand a chance? After watching the remnants of the Covenant of Darkness leave, Ao Gira slowly walked to Yamu and said with a smile, "Miss Yamu, you should have seen everything that happened before. It seems that in this land of the East, we are still far inferior to the Eastern Guardians like the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. They have now entered the Chongsheng Temple. If you think it's okay, I think it's best for us, who are also from the West, to choose to cooperate." Behind Yamu, Soso snorted and said charmingly, "Aren't you also working with the Zodiac Guardian Warriors?" Ao Gira said, "Yes, we were working with the Zodiac Guardian Warriors before, but now it seems that they are not sincere at all. After all, our Western culture is different from their Eastern culture, and we are also from the West. We should have more in common, shouldn't we?" Yamu nodded gently and said, "The Greek Guardians and the Vatican have always helped each other. Originally, we should not have participated in this matter, but the energy that His Majesty the Pope has discovered is too great. We do not want to fall into their hands and cause harm to the world. Since Bishop Ao Gira thinks that we can cooperate, then Yamu has no objection. But I wonder how Your Excellency thinks we should cooperate?" Even though Ao Gira had been in the Vatican for many years, he could not help but feel a little moved when he saw Yamu. It was not that he had any dirty thoughts in his mind, but the holy aura that Yamu exuded almost naturally attracted his attention. After thinking for a while, Ao Gira said, "Previously, we have observed that the Guardians of the East led by Mr. Chi seem to have some relationship with the monks here. To be honest, His Majesty the Vatican has done accurate divination and found that the sacred origin is in this Chongsheng Temple, and it is most likely to be in the main tower. Now that they have entered the main tower, I think we should find a way to lure them out. If the Zodiac Guardian Warriors get the sacred origin, then I am afraid that it will be difficult for us, the Western Guardians, to fight against them in the future." Yamu smiled and said, "I just said that I have no desire for the sacred origin. Now that the people of the Covenant of Darkness have left, it may be a good thing if the Zodiac Guardian Warriors really get the sacred origin. I also know Mr. Chi. His aura is very pure, and his energy is completely in the category of justice." Ao Gira was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you saying that Miss Yamu will let them get the sacred origin?" Yamu shook her head and said, "I think that the sacred origin should not belong to anyone. Otherwise, no matter who gets it, it will break the current balance. Bishop Ao Gira, you don't have to worry at all. It is not easy to absorb the sacred origin. It requires a long process. Moreover, haven't you noticed? The energy waves of the sacred origin are very unstable, and it is not suitable to absorb it now. So, I think you don't have to worry. It is very late now. I think we should rest here for a while and wait for Mr. Chi and the others to come out." Ao Gira's gaze shifted to the Thousand Seeker Tower. His heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely understood what Yamu meant. Previously, the people of the Covenant of Darkness and Soul Devourer Hall had entered Chongsheng Temple, but they did not get any chance. At that time, Chi Yu and the others did not make a move. This Chongsheng Temple was definitely not simple, especially that old monk. Since they could not absorb the sacred origin for the time being, rather than entering Chongsheng Temple and risking their lives, they might as well wait for Chi Yu and the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors to come out. At that time, if Chi Yu and the others had already obtained the sacred origin, it would not be too late to snatch it. If they did not get it, then they would have to think of other ways. Waiting outside was obviously the best choice. Before they could confirm that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors had obtained the sacred origin, it was obviously unwise to fall out with them. After understanding this, Audiobook smiled and nodded. He said, "Very well, as Miss Yama wishes. Everyone from the Vatican, rest here. Lu Yuan, assign some people to keep an eye on that White Tower." Yama nodded slightly, then led the 6 people behind her to a big tree and sat down. The Zodiac guardians that followed her placed the big boxes on their backs beside them and leaned on their boxes, surrounding Fish Eye in the center. Aodhira secretly observed Yamu. The less energy Yamu emitted, the more mysterious Yamu became in his eyes. With his holy power, he faintly discovered that the energy of each of the Zodiac guardians around Yamu was very strange. But they were also very powerful. There was dark energy in them, and there was also very pure light energy. The Vatican and the Greek Zodiac guardians had always been in a cooperative relationship, but the Vatican had always been very wary of the Greek Zodiac guardians. After all, in the entire West, the Vatican seemed to have a dominant position, but those who were really familiar with these people knew that unless the Greek Zodiac guardian was not a Lord God, the Vatican could not compare to them. This time, the Greek Zodiac guardian was actually one of the most powerful Lord gods in Greek mythology, the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. It would be strange if Aodhira did not have his guard up. As they waited quietly, Chiyu had already led the Zodiac guardian god warriors back into the Thousand-Secret Pagoda. Once inside, Chiyu first threw Klinsman to the side, then told the old monk that he had met Zagru. After listening to Chiyu's introduction, Zagru was so shocked that his Buddhist power fluctuated violently. The old monk smiled and said, "We have already met when you were still a baby. Zagru, you have done much better than me." Zagru put his palms together and bowed respectfully to the old monk. "Master, I really did not expect to have the chance to meet you again. I have heard from my master about everything you have experienced. Actually, what happened back then was not your fault." The old monk sighed and said, "The past is the past. All these years, I have long forgotten everything. Everything is empty. Everything is empty." Umipa. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. He said, "You guys chat first. I want to have a good talk with this vampire prince." He lifted Klinsman and put him down in a corner. Klinsman was indeed a powerful vampire prince. Even though the Buddha energy in the Thousand-Seeker Tower was very strong, it did not have much of an effect on him. Furthermore, he was able to resist the Buddha energy even when he was heavily injured. This showed how powerful he was. Klinsman looked coldly at Chiyu, and Chiyu looked back at him. "Why? Do you hate me, Your Highness?" Klinsman snorted. "Am I supposed to like you?" Chiyu smiled. "Forget it, then. I have no interest in Piggyback Mountain." Klinsman was stunned. "Piggyback Mountain? What kind of mountain is that?" This is really hard to explain. Just treat it as a mountain." "Klinsman, if you're smart, tell me where Ching-Er is." Klinsman closed his eyes and said, "Although I'm in your hands, it's impossible for me to find my sister." Chiyu said angrily, "Klinsman, you are in no position to negotiate with me. If you are smart, you should be able to guess what kind of situation Ching-Er is in. It is much better for you to be in my hands than in the hands of the Vatican. Otherwise, you will be burned at the stake. I don't know what's going on with your subordinates, but there hasn't been any energy collision outside for a long time. I'm afraid the Holy Church has already let them go. You're not afraid of death, but aren't you afraid that your companions will harm Ching-Er? Don't forget, since they've already betrayed you, they definitely don't want you to go back, even if it's your own clansmen. As for us, we're all Su Qing's friends. We found Ching-Er, and we won't harm her." Klinsman opened his eyes again. There was a trace of panic in them. Chi could see that this vampire prince was really worried about Su Qing's safety. He couldn't help but have a good impression of him. "All right, hurry up and tell me, or we'll be too late." Klinsman sighed and said, "Go 5 kilometers west from here. You'll find a small waterfall there. I've dug a cave behind the waterfall. Ching-Er is sleeping there. Although Garnet and Basla don't know about this, my vampire duke's subordinates do. However, the Vatican is outside now. If you are alone, are you not afraid of them?" Chiyu said, "That is not something you need to worry about." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the Thousand-Seeker Tower. The moment he left, his figure disappeared completely. "Chiyu," Ming Ming called out. "Don't worry. They can't find me. I will be careful. As the voice faded away, Chiyu had already left. With the previous experience of being discovered by Yamu, this time, Chiyu carefully left the Thousand-Seeker Tower. The moment he stepped out of the tower, he immediately flew up. The sky was dark, and with Kirin Yin's invisibility ability, he quickly rose into the sky. After a brief observation of the situation below, Chiyu immediately discovered the presence of Yamu and the others. 6. Yamu actually brought 6 constellation guardians with her. When Chiyu saw Yamu, his emotions could not help but fluctuate. After all, Yamu was the only person he could not see through so far. Although he had already guessed that Yamu would definitely come here, when he saw her with his own eyes, Chiyu was still somewhat worried. Flying quickly in the sky, Chiyu quickly discovered the people of the Covenant of Darkness. Just as he had guessed, the remnants of the Heian Council were now heading west. However, as the Raging Bear men were seriously injured, their overall speed was very slow. Chiyu thought to himself, what a close shave. Now that he was quite a distance away from the Chongshan Temple, he retracted his aura and pushed his wind and cloud force to the limit. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the place Klinsmann had mentioned. The distance of 5 kilometers was too short for flying. In just a few breaths, Chiyu found the small waterfall that Klinsmann mentioned. The waterfall was indeed very small, with a drop of only about 10 meters. It seemed to be a branch of a Rai lake. With a flash of light in his eyes, the thundercloud force floated into the waterfall. The water of the waterfall seemed to become a part of Chiyu's body, directly parting to the sides. Chiyu saw the dark red coffin behind the waterfall. With a wave of his hands, Kirin's thundercloud force, the coffin floated out. Chiyu did not want to have any conflict with the people of the Covenant of Darkness now. As soon as he got the coffin, he immediately floated up and quickly left in another direction. Kirin could only make Chiyu invisible alone or with another person, so he couldn't bring the coffin back. He had to find a place to release Su Qing first. If the Covenant of Darkness didn't discover Su Qing's coffin, Chiyu was too lazy to think about it. He flew for more than 10 kilometers before stopping in a small col next to Tsang Mountain. The surface of the dark red coffin seemed to contain a special energy. The dark aura was very pure. Observing it from a close distance, Chiyu found that there were some dark golden lines on the coffin. The craftsmanship was extremely exquisite. Chiyu patted his head and scolded himself for being stupid. Although Kirin couldn't bring the coffin with him, he still had the Kirin Pearl. As long as he put the coffin into the Kirin Pearl, he could bring it back, right? With the increase of his thundercloud force, although the coffin was a little bigger, there would be no problem putting it into the Kirin Pearl. However, since he was already so far away, it was better to release Su Qing first. Chiyu was also very anxious to know Su Qing's situation. As soon as he thought of this, Chiyu carefully probed the coffin lid. Exerting a bit of force, he pushed it open. As soon as the coffin was opened, Chiyu immediately saw Su Qing. There were no changes as he imagined. Su Qing, who was lying in the coffin, didn't seem to be any different from before, but her pretty face had lost some color. He didn't know why, but Su Qing's appearance didn't change as Ming Ming. However, she seemed to be even more different than before. The black robe wrapped around her charming body. She still had the dark red long hair, but now her hair looked a little more lustrous. The inside of the coffin was very exquisite. There was a thick, soft cushion. As soon as it was opened, not only did it not have the expected smell of blood, but there was an elegant fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. Chiyu didn't hesitate too much. He held Su Qing's little hand and carefully probed his thundercloud force into her body. There was nothing wrong with Su Qing's body. After Chiyu's thundercloud force entered her body, he immediately found that her 8 extraordinary meridians were completely unblocked. A pure, dark energy was circulating in her meridians. The energy intensity was very high. Although such pure energy was of the dark attribute, if it was used properly, it should be very beneficial for cultivation. It seemed that Klinsmann really treated her very well. As he thought about it, Chiyu's thundercloud force continued to move upwards. When his thundercloud force carefully entered Su Qing's brain, He immediately found the reason why she was unconscious. Su Qing's spiritual power was locked by a faint energy, which caused her to fall into a deep sleep. Under the effect of Kiran's thundercloud force, Klinsman's seal was obviously not a problem. A faint light flashed, and Su Qing slowly woke up from her coma. How long did you make me unconscious again? You bad guy, let me go back. I'm not your sister. I want to go home. Su Qing shouted in panic before she opened her eyes. Qing, calm down. It's me, I'm Qiyu. Qiyu injected a thundercloud force into Su Qing's body to stabilize her breathing while calling out softly. Su Qing opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Qiyu, she even rubbed her eyes. Qiyu, it's really you. I'm not dreaming, am I? Qiyu smiled and said, Is a dream so real? Qing, I'm here to save you. You're free now. Su Qing suddenly reached out and pinched Qiyu's arm hard. Qiyu couldn't help but cry out in pain. What are you doing? It's fine if you don't thank your savior, but why did you pinch me? Su Qing said embarrassedly, I just wanted to see if I was dreaming or not. Since you feel pain, then it shouldn't be a dream. Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, Missy, why didn't you pinch yourself then? Su Qing rolled her eyes at him and said, Why are you asking such a stupid question? It hurts so much. I'm very afraid of pain. Qiyu looked at her and was speechless. You're afraid of pain, but I'm not? Dao sect is really unlucky. This little witch seemed to have returned to her previous liveliness. Su Qing glanced at the coffin she was in, and her face became a little pale. That vampire? Qiyu said, I caught him. Come out first. It's not a comfortable thing to lie in a coffin. As he said that, he helped Su Qing out of the coffin. Chapter 90. Qiyu smiled and said, You should have seen that I'm not an ordinary person. Although that vampire was strong, he was much weaker than me. Of course he wasn't my opponent. Su Qing snorted and said, You're so full of yourself. But, no matter what, I have to thank you. Qiyu looked at Su Qing strangely and said, Qing, do you know your current situation? Su Qing smiled and said, What do you mean? Becoming a vampire? Of course I know. Qiyu was surprised and said, Then, aren't you afraid? Su Qing said, I was afraid at first, but that vampire wasn't ugly and he was very good to me. After listening to his explanation every day, I now feel that becoming a vampire is not a bad thing. It's just that drinking blood is a little disgusting. Is there something wrong with your brain? Qiyu was shocked by Su Qing's words and hurriedly touched her forehead. Su Qing's forehead was a little cold, but she seemed to be very clear-headed. Your brain is broken. I'm telling the truth. Think about it. After becoming a vampire, first of all, I don't have to die. Moreover, that guy said that if I get his red gold primordial blood, I will directly become a high-level vampire. I won't even be afraid of the sun and can live like an ordinary person. And most importantly, he promised me that no matter how long it takes, I won't grow old. I'll always be this beautiful. Think about it. After a few decades, you'll be an old man, but I'll still be this beautiful and youthful. How wonderful would that be? Qiyu swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter smile, It seems that you're quite happy being a vampire. Su Qing stuck out her tongue at Qiyu and said, Can I not be a vampire if I'm unhappy? That guy told me that becoming a vampire is already a fact. No one can change it. Since that's the case, what's the use of suffering? I might as well accept it. Look forward. I've always been like this. In this life, I only regret one thing. As she spoke, she looked at Qiyu with a hint of guilt. Qiyu let out a long breath and said, It's good that you can think that way. At least you can live happily. Let bygones be bygones. However, I say, Qing, why do I feel that saving you is unnecessary? Don't tell me you have fallen in love with that vampire prince? Although he is slightly more handsome than me, he is still a few thousand years old. You might as well choose me instead of him. Su Qing blushed and said, You're the worst. Even though Klinsman turned me into a vampire, he treats me much better than you do. If I could choose anyone, I wouldn't choose a hooligan like you. Besides, you should know what kind of relationship I have with Sister Yin. I don't like stinky men like you. That Lin Simon doesn't have that kind of feelings for me at all. He really treats me like a little sister. You won't kill him, will you? Ever since I was young, Even my parents didn't care for me like he did. Chiyu said, I was going to kill him, but now I think letting him go is a better choice. Are you still willing to follow him? Su Qing shook her head and said, No, I'm from Yinhuang. I'm not like those girls who worship foreign things and only want to go abroad. I think there's nowhere better than Yinhuang. Where is he now? Can you bring me to see him? Chiyu nodded and said, Then let's go. I'll put your coffin away first. It looks like a treasure. What coffin? Can't you say something more auspicious? Chiyu laughed and said, Qing, I still like you like this. All right, let's go. With a flash of light, Chiyu put the coffin into his Kirin pearl. With one hand around Su Qing's slender waist, they soared into the air. Under the protection of Kirin pearl, their breath was hidden in the cloak at the same time, and they flew in the direction of Chongshan Temple. Wow, Chiyu, you can actually fly. Can I fly too? Klinsman told me that I can fly now, but he hasn't taught me how to do it yet. The feeling of flying in the sky is so wonderful. Sitting in a plane is far inferior to the wind. Chiyu said, Qinger, can you be quiet? Let me tell you, I'm afraid of heights. If I get scared and loosen my grip, I won't be responsible. All right, I'll stop. But Chiyu, can I discuss something with you? Chiyu was stunned and said, Go ahead. Su Qing said, Can you not hurt Klinsman? Although I know he's a vampire and must have harmed a lot of people, he's really good to me. Chiyu hesitated and said, I understand what you mean. We'll talk about it after we see Klinsman. I can't even protect myself now. I haven't even thought about how to deal with your brother Klinsman. On the surface, the Zodiac Guardian warriors seemed to have the upper hand now that they had entered Chongshan Temple. However, when Chiyu saw Yamu and the 6 Zodiac Guardians outside the temple, he had some doubts in his heart. Yamu's strength was a mystery in itself. Even if he ignored her, as long as each of the Zodiac Guardians was as strong as Sora, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Chiyu clearly remembered the last battle with Sora. At that time, Sora obviously hadn't used her full strength. This time, the Zodiac Guardians all had a big box on their backs, which was probably their secret weapon. Overall, even if Sora's strength was not as strong as Ryue's, it should not be too far off. 6 Zodiac Guardians that were comparable to the 6 Cloud Zodiac Guardians were already strong opponents, not to mention the people from the Vatican. Even Klinsman panicked when he saw Ao Gera, which showed how powerful the Cardinal and Cardinal were. When they returned to Chongshan Temple, Chiyu was not in a hurry to land. He first observed the situation below. The people from the Vatican and Greece were the same as when he left. There was no change. Only then did he carefully restrain his aura and land in the temple. Perhaps because he was carrying someone, Chiyu's energy became a little impure. As he was falling, 2 gentle eyes pierced through the air, and Chiyu's heart tightened. When he looked at the gentle eyes, he saw Yamu looking in his direction. There was a faint light in her eyes, and there was a faint smile on her perfect face. She had obviously noticed him. However, Yamu did not seem to make things difficult for Chiyu. She just nodded gently in his direction and went back to meditating. When he landed in front of the Qian Sun Tower, Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qing, who was in his arms, suddenly trembled and let out a low moan. Although Su Qing already had the energy of vampire count, she was still far from Klinsman's. She was now a real vampire. Under the influence of the Buddha's light in Chongshan Temple, her body immediately reacted. Chiyu immediately understood. He quickly channeled his thundercloud force into Su Qing's body, forming a layer of defensive energy on the surface of her body, blocking the Buddha's energy. Only then did Su Qing stop trembling due to fear. I'm back. Chiyu pushed the door and entered. He saw the Zodiac Guardian warriors sitting on the ground, quietly recovering their thundercloud force. Zagru stood respectfully beside the old monk. The two were talking in a low voice. When they saw Chiyu return, they turned to look at Chiyu. The old monk nodded slightly to greet him. Chiyu put Su Qing down. Although Klinsman could not move, he could still talk. Sister, are you okay? Su Qing's eyes revealed a trace of a complicated light. She nodded gently and walked toward Klinsman. Klinsman could not use any ability at all. Chiyu did not care about him and walked directly to Zagru. He smiled and said, Masters, how did the conversation go? Zagru's face was very serious. He said in a low voice, Chiyu, the current situation is very disadvantageous to us. As the saying goes, catch a turtle in a swamp. You should also feel that those people outside, whether they are from the Vatican or the Greek Guardians, are a huge threat to us. Master Chong Sheng and I have discussed in detail about the giant bee Sarira. Do you have any good suggestions? Chiyu frowned and smiled bitterly. If it is only the people from the Vatican, it will be easy. With my Kirin Pearl and Kirin Hidden, I can take at least 3 people away at a time. After a few times, it will be easy to escape from their encirclement. When that time comes, it will be very difficult for them to find us again. However, Yamu, who inherited the inheritance of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, is very difficult to deal with. I don't know why, after my Kirin Hidden becomes invisible, it will be very difficult to use it to leave this place. Chong Sheng sighed softly and said, everything has its own fate. We can't force it. Moreover, for us now, the biggest threat is not those people outside. Chiyu's gaze fell on Zagru with a questioning look in his eyes. Zagru gently shook his head. It was obvious that he had encountered a lot of trouble. Chiyu said, Master Chongsheng, what do you mean? Chong Wuheng said, after you came here, besides the giant bee Sarira, you should have also felt the existence of other energy. A light flashed in Chiyu's eyes. He suddenly understood what Chongsheng was referring to. His expression changed slightly. He said, Master, are you telling me that the 2 ferocious beasts are trying to take advantage of the situation? Chongsheng gently nodded and said, when you came here previously, I asked you to help me protect this pure land of Buddhism. It was aimed at the 2 ferocious beasts. They're the real threat. For a long time, the giant bee Sarira would come to my place every year. The 2 ferocious beasts have been coveting it for a long time. It's only because of the mutual restraint between them and the fact that I'm in Chongsheng Temple that they haven't acted rashly. However, it's different this time. The giant bee Sarira has now entered the 9th transformation, which is also the last transformation. When this transformation is completed, it will completely become a living relic, and there will no longer be any signs of energy emission. There will be no need for it to return here. Perhaps the Westerners outside don't know about this, but it's impossible that the ferocious beasts, who are also ancient giant beasts, don't know about this. Therefore, according to my judgment, they will definitely take action. Once they attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to preserve this pure land of Chongsheng Temple. Chiyu gasped. It was already very difficult to face an ancient giant beast with more than 6,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, there was an even stronger giant beast with 10,000 years of cultivation. If these 2 guys were to attack together, he was afraid that Chongsheng Temple would be razed to the ground in minutes. Now, it was impossible to escape. The Vatican and the Greek Guardians had completely blocked their way. After listening to Chongsheng's words, Chiyu felt that he and the Zodiac Guardian God warriors were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could face a huge crisis at any time. However, after all, Chiyu had inherited the bloodline of Kirin, the king of divine beasts. After a short period of shock, he gradually calmed down. Kirin had never been afraid of any enemy, and the word fear did not exist in Chiyu's dictionary. Great Master Chongsheng, I want to know what kind of species these 2 ominous beasts are. What is their origin? Chongsheng looked at Chiyu's calm expression and revealed a trace of praise. He said, it's a long story. After many investigations, I roughly figured out their true identity. In the Arai in front of Chongsheng Temple, there is a water attribute ominous beast. Chiyu immediately thought of the nether snake and said, is it a fish, or is it a special species? Chongsheng Temple said, if it is a fish or a fish-like ominous beast, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed by another ominous beast in the Song Mountains. The ominous beast in the Arai is very rare even in ancient times. It is a water attribute and fire attribute super ominous beast called Chiex. I can't pronounce this word and can't see the strokes clearly. It is a man-faced beast with the body of an ox, a naked body, a human face, and horse feet. It likes to eat people, and its cry is like a baby's cry. Although its strength doesn't seem to be very strong on the surface, its true strength is unfathomable. Chiyu had heard Zagru talk about some of the species of ancient giant beasts. Among them, the man-faced beast was mentioned. As long as it had a human face, regardless of whether it was an ominous beast or a divine beast, it was absolutely a super species. This guy called Chia X was obviously not easy to deal with. Chongsheng Temple continued. Swanni's nature is ferocious. Its mouth can spit out 9 adversity true fire, which would be said to be the world's most powerful fire energy. It can almost burn everything. However, because the 9 adversity true fire is too overbearing, Swan and I lives in the water. Under the Arai, there's an ice spring, which is suitable for suppressing the overbearing fire energy in its body, so that it can cultivate. When Chongsheng Temple was built, the most important purpose was to suppress the 2 big ominous beasts here, especially this ferocious Swan and I. If not for Chongsheng Temple and the delicious snow fish and the Arai for it to eat, I'm afraid this piece of pure land would have long been plunged into misery and suffering. Chiyu nodded and said, Then what is the other ominous beast? Chongsheng Temple said, The other ominous beast's origin is even greater. It is a golden-winged eagle. In ancient times, Kirin was the king of divine beasts. He, who commanded all the divine beasts on the land, was the most revered object of all divine beasts. However, the land beasts were led by Kirin, and among the flying divine beasts, there was the phoenix. After the phoenix gave birth to 2 children, it disappeared. However, even the phoenix itself did not expect that its 2 children would unexpectedly become ominous beasts. One of them was called Mahamayuri, who is naturally bloodthirsty. It was unknown how many lives it had massacred. Later, even Buddha was swallowed into its belly. After Buddha broke out of its belly, it originally wanted to kill it. However, considering that it was a descendant of the phoenix, and that it had broken out of its belly, in a sense, it could be said that it was born in Mahamayuri's belly. Therefore, it was later conferred the title of Buddha Mother, Mamri Bodhisattva, and sealed it. Listening to Chongsheng, Chiyu already understood his meaning. Great Master, you can't be telling me that the ominous beast on Tsang Mountain is the other child of the phoenix, right? Chongsheng sighed and said, Although it's not right, it's not far. The other child of the phoenix was the Great Rock Wisdom King. The Great Rock Wisdom King had once established his own sect and fought against the ancient divine beasts. During his time, the Great Rock Wisdom King was the leader of all the ferocious beasts. As the Great Golden Rock Eagle, he had no natural enemies. He was so strong that 3 Kirin had gathered at that time, and 2 of them had used the ultimate Kirin arm to completely destroy him. On the other hand, the divine beasts had also suffered heavy losses. Even after several thousand years, they still hadn't recovered. Naturally, the one on the Tsang Mountain was not the dead Great Rock Wisdom King, but his descendant, the only remaining golden-winged Great Rock Eagle. Not only did he have 10,000 years of cultivation, he also had a portion of the Great Rock Wisdom King's abilities. Even if all the ferocious beasts in the Great Beast Realm were added together, it would probably be ranked in the top 5. It is one of the kings of the ancient beasts. F***CK your lungs. It's actually the king of the ferocious beasts. Although Chiyu wasn't afraid, he also understood that his chances were even slimmer. Whether it was the Swan and I that was mentioned in the Chongsheng Temple, or the even more powerful golden-winged Great Rock Eagle, just one of them was enough to make the Zodiac Guardian God's warriors very difficult to deal with. How could they fight against 2 of them at the same time? Chongsheng sighed and said, I also know that these 2 ferocious beasts are powerful and stubborn. If it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't want you to get involved. However, from the current situation, I'm afraid that it's impossible for you to not participate. However, you don't have to worry too much. When the Chongsheng Temple was built, its purpose was to suppress these 2 ferocious beasts. Although they later broke the seal because of their strength, the Buddhist Qi in the Chongsheng Temple still has a great effect on them. Therefore, only by fighting against them in the Chongsheng Temple will you have a chance. Chiyu frowned and said, Great Master, we are not afraid of fighting against the ancient beasts. However, you must know that there are still many powerful enemies outside the temple. If the two ancient beasts suddenly appear and attack here, I'm afraid that those people will also take advantage of the situation. At that time, how should we deal with them? Chongsheng lowered his eyebrows and said, "Let's leave everything to fate. Heaven has its own arrangements. We just need to do our best and leave it to fate." "No," Qi Yu roared. "I am the master of my fate. No one can control my fate." Great Master Chongsheng, since we're going to face such powerful enemies together, can you tell me if there is any magical weapon in the Chongsheng Temple that can deal with the two ferocious beasts? We can also cooperate with them. Chongsheng slowly raised his head and looked at Zagru and said, "If we were talking about magical weapons, in this Chongsheng Temple, I'm afraid the best magical weapon to deal with the two ferocious beasts is Zagru." "Ah." Qi Yu looked at Zagru in surprise. Zagru looked calm and still stood respectfully beside Great Master Chongsheng. Chongsheng said, "The Buddha's living Saraira is the nemesis of all ancient beasts. No matter how powerful the beasts are, they will not be willing to fight against the living Saraira. This is because once the aura of the Buddha's living Saraira touches their bodies, their energy will be greatly reduced, and it will take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, Zagru has inherited the 10 reincarnations of Buddha. He may not be able to deal with ordinary people, but he is very suitable to deal with these ancient beasts. If it wasn't for the attraction of the giant beast's living Saraira, the two beasts would not dare to attack our Chongsheng Temple. Since they want to come, I have no choice but to fight to the death. Based on my understanding of them, Zagru and I, together with a few Zodiac Guardian warriors whose attributes can barely restrain them, should be able to resist them. However, the key problem now is those people outside. If they take advantage of the situation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to divide your strength to protect the giant beast's living Saraira. Therefore, I have discussed with Zagru. Once the two beasts attack, we will be in charge of resisting, and one of you will immediately take away the giant beast's living Saraira. As long as the giant beast's living Saraira leaves here, completes its final transformation, and conceals its aura, the two beasts will definitely retreat." After listening to Chongsheng's words, Qi Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Old monk Chongsheng, if you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry." Judging from his appearance, the Buddha Qi of Chongsheng Temple was clearly able to restrain the two ferocious beasts. With him and Zaglu presiding over here, it was not too difficult to resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Super beasts of the 10,000-year level. Fortunately, Chongsheng Temple was here. Otherwise, they really did not know how to resist. Zagru said, "I have discussed with the Great Master. We feel that the most suitable person to take away the giant beast's living Saraira is you." "Me? No, it can't be me," Qi Yu said firmly. "I want to stay here and fight together with my companions." As the bloodline heir of the King of Divine Beasts, how could he leave at this time? Qi Yu did not even think and rejected Zagru's proposal. Zagru said, "Qi Yu, listen to me. Don't think that taking away the giant beast's living Saraira is an easy task. After weighing the danger, we chose you, the strongest among the Zodiac Guardian God warriors. You should understand that taking away the giant beast's living Saraira will immediately make you the target of everyone. Perhaps we can resist the two beasts, some people from the Vatican and the Greek Guardians, but there will definitely be people who will hunt you down. Under such circumstances, only you are the strongest, and only you can bear this danger. Now, your advantage is that you can fly. As long as you fly away before they catch up, and help the giant beast's living Saraira complete its 9 transformation, all problems will be solved. Don't tell me you want to hand this difficult and dangerous task to others." Qi was dumbfounded by Zagru's words. He carefully thought about it. Indeed, as Zagru said, taking away the giant beast's living Saraira was very dangerous. How could he hand it over to the other Zodiac Guardian God warriors? Thinking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly and said, "All right then, Great Master, let's temporarily settle on this. However, Don't we have a way to change the target of the beasts to the people outside? After all, they are from the west. Although the ancient beasts are ferocious, they're still from the east. Looking at the glimmer of hope in Chi Yu's eyes, even great Master Shang could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. If it was under normal circumstances, perhaps it would really be like this. However, don't forget that the two beast target is the giant beast living Sarira, and the giant beast living Sarira is in the Shang temple. Therefore, unless those outsiders take the initiative to provoke them, the two beast target will only be us. Chi Yu nodded. I understand. However, Grandmasters, can you tell me how long you have the confidence to resist those two ferocious beasts? Zagru and Shang looked at each other. Shang said, Don't worry. As long as we are here, it will be difficult for the two beasts to succeed. At least we can resist for 3 days and 3 nights. Zagru's living Sarira is the biggest variable. If it is only me, I am afraid that I can only resist for a day. The reason why the two beasts have not made a move on me is mainly because the Buddhist energy in the Shang temple will have a great impact on them. The transformation of the giant beast living Sarira will take about 2 days. As long as there are no variables, we can succeed. Zagru nodded and said, Chi Yu, it is mainly up to you. If you take the giant beast's living Sarira away, you will face a great danger. However, as the king of the Zodiac and the strongest among the Zodiac Guardian warriors, you are the most suitable candidate. This is also a responsibility that you must bear. At this point, Zagru suddenly paused. His eyes seemed to be a little hesitant. Chi Yu shrugged and said, Is there anything else you need to remind me? Zagru took a deep breath and said, Although I do not want to see that happen, I have to tell you that if you cannot protect the giant beast living Sarira under the enemy's pursuit, then you only have one choice. Chi Yu's eyes flashed and said, You still want me to? Zagru nodded firmly and said, There is no other way. We do not want to see such a situation happen, but we must definitely not let the giant beast living Sarira fall into the hands of the Westerners. Otherwise, the giant beast living Sarira will also die, and it will make the Westerner stronger. Although it is very difficult to absorb the energy of the giant beast living Sarira, we have to prepare for the worst. Amitabha, I have sinned. Chi Yu's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Master Shang said, Chi Yu, this is the decision that I have discussed with Zagru. You don't have to think too much about it. At the same time, I have to remind you that no matter what the final outcome is, you must first protect yourself. I do not want to see the tragedy that happened 100 years ago happen again. Do you understand? Kirin is of great importance to all the Zodiac Guardian warriors. Chi Yu looked at the two heavenly summoners' concerned eyes and nodded gently. He said, I will do my best to protect myself. Even if it is not for the sake of the Zodiac Guardian warriors in the future, I cannot bear to part with them. As he spoke, his eyes swept across Ryue and Ming Ming. At this time, other than Chi Yu, the other Zodiac Guardian warriors were shining with a faint Buddhist light. Obviously, they were recovering their thundercloud force with the help of the two heavenly summoners. Zagru said, I am afraid that they will be too worried about you, so I use my Buddhist energy to help them recover their thundercloud force. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely protect everyone. In the Shang temple, you will be able to fully unleash my Buddhist energy. Chi Yu nodded and looked at Klinsman and Su Qing. He said, Qing, you stay here too. Masters, this is my friend. Although she has become a vampire, she did not do so willingly, so please take care of her. Klinsman, for the sake of Qing, I will not kill you now. Whether you can live or not depends on whether my companions can withstand the attack soon. Klinsman snorted disdainfully. He did not even look at Chi Yu. His gentle eyes were completely focused on Su Qing in front of him. Christy, your big brother's ability is sealed now. I cannot protect you. I am really afraid of losing you again. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he turned to look at Chi Yu and said, Release my seal. For Christy's sake, I am willing to help you. Chi Yu frowned. Do you think I will believe you? What credibility does your covenant of darkness have? Klinsman said angrily, you are slandering the Great Blood Clan. Yes, sometimes I can betray my allies, but as long as the Blood Clan makes a promise, I have never violated it. Even the people of the Holy See know this very well. Compared to those hypocrites, our Blood Clan is much more noble. Chapter 91. Klinsmann looked at Chiyu arrogantly and said, "Even if I only have a little energy left, I will protect Christie's safety, even if I have to pay the price with my life. Do you know, when I was still very weak, my dear Christie was harmed by the Blood Clan of another family? At that time, I hated myself for not being able to protect my only family member. It was also from then on that I unleashed all my potential and trained with all my might. Finally, I have my current status. But so what if I become a vampire prince? I'll never get Christie back. When I first saw Su Qing after coming to Yanhuang, her temperament was exactly the same as my dead sister's. Mr. Qi, I solemnly beg you, please give me a chance to protect my sister. Even if I die, I don't want to have any regrets. I am willing to swear on the highest oath of the Blood Clan." Looking at Klinsmann's agitated eyes, Chiyu could clearly feel the blood in his body flowing at high speed. He was obviously extremely excited. Looking at Su Qing's pleading eyes, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You don't have to swear. I will give you this chance. But I don't trust you. I trust Qing'er." As he spoke, Chiyu flashed to Klinsmann's side. He squatted down and looked at him. "To be honest, I don't like vampires, especially a guy like you who thinks you're so noble." Klinsmann stared at Chiyu and said, "I don't like you either." Chiyu pressed his right hand on Klinsmann's chest and withdrew the Kirin thundercloud force from his body. He smiled and said, "Remember what you said. I don't care about your injuries now. Protect Qing'er, even if it's for your own sake." Klinsmann's body moved slightly, and the light in his eyes brightened. He looked deeply at Chiyu and didn't say anything. He leaned against the wall behind him and closed his eyes. An expert like him was very clear about what was most important at this time. Instead of talking, it was better to recover some of his strength. Zagru said, "Chiyu, you go up. Go up." Chiyu looked at him in surprise. Zagru nodded on his behalf and said, "You should at least communicate with the giant beast Shuriksen. Although its strength isn't strong, it can still be of some help to you." Chiyu asked, "Could it be that it can speak like the deep-sea nether serpent?" Master Chongsheng smiled and said, "Of course. Although the giant beast relic is unable to use the enormous energy in its body, it has many advantages that other ancient giant beasts cannot compare to under the influence of that enormous energy. Speaking was just one of them. At the same time, it could also transform into a human, which was no different from a real human. Go, once the beast arrives, immediately take it and leave through the window. Don't worry about what's happening here." Chiyu nodded and said, "Take care, masters." He took one last look at Ruyue and Mingming. Taking a deep breath, he climbed up the simple wooden ladder to the top of the pagoda. Looking at Chiyu's back as he left, Zagru sighed softly and said, "I hope we can get through this disaster safely." Master Chongsheng said, "Zagru, we should also start preparing. You children are still young. What we need to do is not to attack, but to protect everyone's safety." Zagru nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, Master. Let's begin." With that, Zagru sat cross-legged and faced Master Chongsheng's microphone. A faint Buddhist light gradually emerged from his body, and like the other Zodiac Guardian warriors, he entered a meditative state. Chiyu quickly reached the top of the pagoda. As he climbed, he looked out of the window from time to time. This pagoda was indeed a weapon. When he looked out of the window, the pagoda looked like it was about to collapse. It was a wonderful feeling. The higher he climbed, the more the unstable but powerful energy became clearer. The energy's aura was the same as the last time he saw it. Not only was there condensed fire energy, but there was also the aura of light that was similar to the holy power of the Vatican. The energy made Chiyu feel very comfortable. Light energy brought warmth to the gods, and Chiyu had the fire thundercloud force, so he did not feel repulsed by the energy at all. Finally, Chiyu climbed up the last wooden ladder and arrived at the highest level of the Qiansun Tower. Why is it you?" When Chiyu entered this level, his body instantly stiffened. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his body was trembling slightly. The shock in his eyes had never appeared, even when he was facing the most powerful enemy. The area of the Thousand-Seeker Tower would decrease with each level that they went up. At the highest level of the tower, it was only around 10 square meters in size. A person was sitting in the middle of the highest level. Even though her entire body was enveloped in a powerful red energy, Chiyu was completely stunned when he saw her. That was because no matter how bright the energy was, it could not hide the person's face. The person sitting cross-legged at the top of the pagoda was actually Wen Ting, who had secretly left the capital. The current Wen Ting was obviously different from the one Chiyu knew. She was wearing a long white dress, and her black hair had turned fiery red for some reason. Her beautiful face revealed a pained expression, which made her look very lovable. At that moment, not only did she have the elegance of the past, but she also looked even more beautiful. In Chiyu's memory, only Yamu, Ruyue, and Ming Ming could compare to her. Moreover, the feeling that Wen Ting gave him was completely different. Compared to the other three women, she seemed more delicate. Wen Ting opened her eyes with some difficulty. When her eyes met Chiyue's, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Chiyu, I knew you would come up here sooner or later. After a brief moment, Chiyu could no longer believe the reality before him. Why? Wen Ting, why are you here? Wen Ting smiled and said, I'm sorry, Chiyu. I lied to you in the past. I didn't expect that we would meet in Dali, which is thousands of miles away. It seems that fate has brought us together again. When you came to Dali, I could already sense your aura. After you entered the Thousand-Seeker Tower, I knew that we would finally meet again. Wait. My mind is in a mess now. Wen Ting, can you tell me what is going on first? Chiyu's voice was trembling. Although he had already seen everything before him, he was unwilling to believe that it was all true. Wen Ting sighed. Haven't you already seen it? You're a Qilin, so you'll naturally be able to sense my aura. That's right. I'm the giant beast relic that Master Chongsheng mentioned to you. No, this is not real. Chiyu's body swayed, and he strode towards Wen Ting. The fiery red energy around Wen Ting's body did not stop him. Chiyu grabbed Wen Ting's shoulders and shook her body gently. Tell me, this is not real, right? How can you be the giant beast relic? You, Ming Ming, are from the capital city. Wen Ting gently reached out her right hand and caressed Chiyu's face. Her hand was very hot, and it made Chiyu feel very comfortable. Silly, why are you still lying to yourself at a time like this? I am indeed the giant beast relic. To put it simply, I am not a human. If you have to assign me a category, you can call me a fire Qilin fox. Chiyu looked at Wen Ting in a daze. However, his brain was working at full speed. Before he came up, he only felt sympathy for the almighty beast relic. However, when he saw that the almighty beast relic was actually Wen Ting, his feeling of sympathy had changed. This unbelievable fact confused him, and he did not know how to deal with it. Wen Ting smiled and said, There is nothing to be troubled about. When my mother passed away, I knew that this day would come. Actually, I have always been wrong. I have always held on to a glimmer of hope. Especially after I met you, I am even more unwilling to die. If I had fused the energy of the giant beast relic with you before this transformation, how good would that be? However, it is too late now. Before the 9th transformation is completed, I am temporarily unable to absorb any energy. No, Wen Ting, I don't want any energy. But, are you really not a human? Chiyu's eyes flickered continuously. In his heart, besides Ruyue and Ming Ming, Wen Ting could be said to be the most important person. Although the two of them had not met many times, every time they met, it left a deep impression on Chiyu, especially since they had a lot in common. In Chiyu's heart, he had long regarded Wen Ting as one of the closest people to him. The last time Wen Ting left the capital, he had fallen behind for a period of time. However, he never expected to meet her at this time and under this kind of situation. A trace of sadness appeared in Wen Ting's eyes. Is it really that important whether I am a human or not? Looking at the sadness in her eyes, Chiyu knew that she had misunderstood. No, of course not. Wen Ting, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. It's just that your identity as a giant beast relic. When Ting said sadly, yes, my identity as a giant beast relic has always represented a tragedy. Chiyu took a deep breath. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't care anymore. When Ting, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Did you already know that I am Kirin? However, why didn't I feel Kirin's aura from you? You are a giant beast relic. You should also have 50% Kirin's bloodline. When Ting's complexion became a little better, she said with a smile, it is very difficult for a giant beast relic to survive. If I didn't have the ability to hide my aura, I'm afraid I would have been absorbed by someone many years ago. Under the situation where I deliberately hide, unless I enter the process of body transformation like now. Otherwise, even a high monk like Master Chongsheng would not be able to discover the existence of the energy in my body. Kirin is suitable for discovering mudstone. I already knew that as early as in the Qing Bay. Perhaps you have also heard some rumors about me in the Qing Bay. If you're not Kirin, why would I take the initiative to approach you? Chiyu nodded and said, so that's how it is. However, why didn't I feel that you took the initiative to approach me? Moreover, the last time I asked you to be my girlfriend, you refused. When Ting gave him a look and said, your head is full of dirty thoughts. I don't want to be your girlfriend. Chiyu, listen to me, you go. Don't care about me anymore. Although I can't give my energy to you, I still have some methods that belong to me. Otherwise, other people will get my relic. Chiyu's complexion changed and said, no, Wen Ting, I know what you want to do. But how can I watch you die without doing anything? All right, don't try to persuade me. We are friends, right? Wen Ting nodded and said, of course we are. Chiyu smiled faintly and said, that's enough. Even if we are just ordinary friends, I have the obligation to protect you. Don't worry, Master Chongsheng and Zagru have already arranged everything. I will bring you away from here. Don't worry about your safety. As he said that, he pulled Wen Ting's small hand, revealing a firm gaze. Wen Ting looked deeply at Chiyu the cat and said, this you hold in my hand doesn't seem to have anything to do with protecting me. This. Chiyu hurriedly let go of Wen Ting's hand and said awkwardly, it's subconscious. I didn't mean it. Wen Ting laughed and said, I think you are used to it. I don't know how many girls have been fooled by a rogue like you. Chiyu scratched his head and said, look at the time, you're still only paying attention to these things. You women, always so emotional. The smile on Wen Ting's face suddenly disappeared. Chiyu, I am not human. Will you despise me? Chiyu was stunned for a moment and said, of course not. Why would I despise you? In a sense, I am no longer a pure human. You have 50% of Kirin's blood in your body. If I despise you, wouldn't it be despising myself? Wen Ting bit her lips and said, then if I say that I agree to your request now, will you still be willing? Chiyu stared at her in shock and cried out involuntarily, you're willing to be my girlfriend? But I already have a girlfriend. He had not dealt with the matter of Ming Ming and Ruyue. At this time, suddenly hearing Wen Ting say this, he subconsciously hesitated. Wen Ting took the initiative to hold Chiyu's hand and said, I don't care. Anyway, you are now at the top of the tower. Other than me, you are not allowed to be with other women. You have pursued me before. Now I agree. No matter what, I'm already your girlfriend. Chiyu did not understand why Wen Ting did this. He silently looked at her and did not know what to say for a moment. A sweet smile appeared on Wen Ting's pretty face. She leaned on Chiyu's shoulder and put his big hand on her lower abdomen. Her whole body was in Chiyu's arms. Chiyu, you are very strange, right? Don't be too proud. In this special situation, consider it as me taking advantage of you. Chiyu, do you know that I've been very afraid of relationships since I was a child? I'm very afraid. But I may leave this world. If I don't have a relationship, I will be very unwilling. So, don't reject me, okay? Let me be your girlfriend for the time being. Even if it is only for a minute, I hope to be able to experience the feeling of love. When Chiyu suddenly felt his eyes moisten. He almost subconsciously pulled Wen Ting's delicate body into his arms. Wen Ting, no, I should call you Ting Ting. You're my girlfriend now. Don't say such discouraging words. Who said that you must die? Don't forget your handsome, tall, and powerful boyfriend has inherited the bloodline of a Qilin. I'm the king of the divine beasts, the king of the Zodiac. With me around, who can understand a single strand of your hair? Wen Ting gently shook her head and said, Fool, you don't understand. No one knows the strength of the golden-winged eagle and Tao Wu better than me. Even Master Cheng Sheng and the others have underestimated these two beasts. Among the beasts, they belong to the strongest system. After so many years of cultivation, the spiritual energy in Dali is very rich. All kinds of energy molecules are extremely abundant. This is their ability to constantly become stronger. I can already feel their aura locking my body tomorrow. I will not be able to escape. They have endured for so many years, waiting for this opportunity. Chi Yu coldly snorted and said, Then let them try. Ting Ting, no matter how strong they are, you must have confidence in me. If even you don't have confidence, then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Wen Ting smiled faintly and lightly hammered Chi Yu's chest. All right, I have confidence in you. Is that enough? Let's not talk about this. Since you're officially my boyfriend, then you have the right to know some things about my past. Since we don't have anything to do, I'll tell you about my past experiences, okay? Okay. Chi Yu agreed and lifted Wen Ting's body up a little, letting his head rest on his chest. It was more comfortable. The golden-red energy around Wen Ting's body was obviously much weaker than when he just reached the top of the tower. That energy felt like the thundercloud force in Chi Yu's body was operating on its own. Asking him to rest on his body, the discomfort brought about by the change in his energy was greatly reduced. A distant light appeared in his eyes. Wen Ting's mind seemed to have returned to the past. Chi Yu, do you know when I found out that you were Kirin? Chi Yu shook his head and said, Don't tell me you knew when I just entered Qing Bei. But at that time, my Kirin thundercloud force was still not strong. It shouldn't have much of an aura. Wen Ting smiled and said, Lotus Pond moonlight, drifting water. Ah, that day, I felt it was you? Chi Yu looked at Wen Ting in shock. Wen Ting's simple sentence made him recall the scene when he and Ming Ming quarreled in Qing Bei's small academy. At that time, he once felt that someone was spying on him. He didn't expect it to be Wen Ting. Wen Ting snorted and said, At that time, I knew you were a bad guy. You actually told that kind of joke to a girl. Chi Yu chuckled and said, Women don't like bad guys. Didn't you still become my girlfriend? Ting Ting, continue. I heard Grandmaster Cheng Sheng talk about the various prerequisites for the giant beast relic to appear. I really want to know about your background. A sorrowful aura filled the highest floor of Qian's Sun. Wen Ting was silent for a while and said, Can you take out your Kirin and let me have a look? Kirin? Chi Yu looked at Wen Ting in his arms with some surprise. He stretched his right hand in front of his chest, and the Kirin pearl flickered. The dark red Kirin appeared out of nowhere in his palm. Wen Ting's delicate body trembled, and she struggled to sit up in Chi Yu's arms. Looking at the dark red Kirin octatic treasures and feeling the budding energy on it, tears uncontrollably flowed down her cheeks. Seeing the tears flowing down Wen Ting's eyes, Chi Yu's alarm clock had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have grasped something, but he didn't dare to be sure. Wen Ting's fair hands carefully held Kirin as though she was holding the most precious treasure in the world. When the tears on her face fell on Kirin suddenly emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even when Chi Yu first obtained it, he didn't feel such immense energy. Chi Yu had always known that any one of Kirin's octatic treasures possessed immense energy. He also believed that with the increase in his thundercloud force, he would be able to unleash the true power of Kirin's octatic treasures. However, he didn't know how strong the energy of Kirin's octatic treasures was. At this moment, when the energy of Kirin fluctuated violently in Wen Ting's hands, he finally understood that the energy of Kirin's octatic treasures was actually so immense. One must know that Kirin was ranked last in Kirin's octatic treasures. Daddy, I've finally seen you again. Although I knew you were with him a long time ago, I never had the chance to see you. Daddy, how I want to see you. Do you know? Chi Yu suddenly stood up. What did you say? Could it be that you're actually the child of Mr. Kirin and that ferocious fox? At this moment, thinking of his previous imagination, Yu finally understood. He still clearly remembered every detail of the story of Kirin Een that Xie had told him. When the ancestor Kirin finally destroyed many enemies with the ultimate Kirin's arm and saved his wife, whom he loved and hated before he died, in order to atone for his sins, he used the last of his energy to refine his skin into this Kirin's octatic treasures. At that time, the ferocious nine-tailed fox left silently. The reason why the ancestor Kirin wanted to protect her at all costs, in addition to his deep love for her, was probably also because of his love for his unborn child. And the reason why the fox chose to leave was probably because she was already pregnant. The ending that he could not understand at that time suddenly became clear at this moment. Looking at Wen-Ting in front of him, Qiyu's eyes turned red. How many misfortunes had happened to this girl? Whether it was her parents or herself, as a living relic of a giant beast, they all aroused strong sympathy. You know about my parents? Wen-Ting choked with sobs. Qiyu nodded gently and said, I roughly know a little. Ting-Ting, no wonder you said that you're a fireland fox. It turns out that you're actually their daughter. What about your mother? Wen-Ting sadly shed tears and said, Yes, you're the heir of the mythical Beast King. How could you not know such a major event in the family of the mythical Beast King? Do you think that my mother was wrong? Or did my father implicate his own clansmen because of his lust for women? Qiyu sighed and said, The past is the past. Who's right and who's wrong now? Moreover, they were truly in love with each other. Although your mother left with an ulterior motive, she still gave her heart after all. It's just that the price paid for this matter was too great. It was a huge blow to both the ferocious beasts and the mythical beasts. Wen-Ting said sorrowfully, Yes, the price paid was too great, too great. Perhaps you would think that my father suffered the greatest pain. The woman he loved the most betrayed him, and all his relatives were killed by the enemy. But who knows how much pain my mother suffered? At least before my father knew it, he had always lived a happy life with my mother. But my mother suffered inhuman torment every day at that time. Can you imagine? How does it feel to love someone deeply, yet have no choice but to lie to them and hide the truth? The light on Kirin's body became even brighter. At the same time, the enormous energy began to fluctuate violently. As the energy fluctuated, a faint whimpering sound could be heard from the top floor of the Thousand-Seeker Pagoda, as if it wanted to pour out something. My father died, and my mother left silently. At that time, his heart had already sunk into sorrow. His mother walked aimlessly. Due to extreme grief, her mind was completely blank. Although my mother was not a powerful, ferocious beast, she had always been with my father and was influenced by his energy aura. She was also very powerful. But can you imagine? Even with my mother's strength, she died after giving birth to me. It was not because of her own reasons, but because she did not have the will to live. If not for the fact that I was in her womb, she would have already followed my father. Your mother passed away after giving birth to you. How did you live after that? Wen-Ting's face revealed a trace of sadness. My mother could not bear to part with me after all. Before she gave birth to me, she invited her only friend to her side and entrusted me to her friend. I did not know about any of this for more than 100 years after my mother's death. I lived happily under her friend's care. It was only when my mother's friend found out that I was a rare living giant beast relic that she told me everything. She died in the hands of the ferocious beasts that coveted the giant beast relic while protecting me. There was a period of time when I did not know what was the point of living anymore. I really wanted to follow my parents and reunite with them in the underworld. Every time this happened, I would remember what my mother's friend, my adoptive mother, said before she died. She told me that I was the only child of my father and mother in this world, and also their last hope. She asked me to live on. That is why I have lived until now. When Qiyu heard this, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward and pulled Wen-Ting into his arms. He hugged her trembling body tightly. Kirin exuded a strong energy aura between the two of them. Wen-Ting meekly leaned on Qiyu's chest. Only the aura from Qiyu's body could calm her sorrowful heart. Just as Qiyu was quietly using his heart to dissolve the sorrow in Wen-Ting's heart, she suddenly clearly felt the two terrifyingly powerful energy waves. Qiyu felt it, and so did Wenting. She raised her head anxiously and said, "Hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Leave with your friends. Take Grandmaster Chongsheng with you." With a faint smile, Qiyu's eyes revealed a strong light. He grabbed Wenting's shoulders with both hands and said, "Ting Ting, even if you don't know me, we will not retreat. Leave everything to me, okay? Use the last thing your father left to this world, and we will leave together. Don't worry, we Zodiac Guardian Warriors are not that easy to deal with." But there are no buts. Qiyu directly interrupted Wenting's words. "No matter what, I will not let anyone hurt you. You've been hurt too much. Now that you've admitted that I'm your boyfriend, let me protect your dad, okay?" Wenting's face turned a little pale. She shook her head gently and said, "No, Qiyu, you don't know. Even Grandmaster Sheng does not really understand the strength of those two beasts. The reason why they have not attacked me is not because they are afraid of Sheng Temple. Although Sheng Temple had suppressed them before, it did not have much effect. One had to know that both the Swanee and the golden-winged eagle were among the most powerful ferocious beasts. There were two reasons why they had waited until now. First, it was because they were afraid of each other. After so many years, they were aware of each other's existence. They also knew that if one of them attacked, the other would definitely not sit idly by. Therefore, they had been waiting. From her point of view, Tao Wu was a great threat to the golden-winged eagle. Although the golden-winged eagle had no natural enemies, the true fire Jamadi from Tao Wu's body was a kind of energy that it was very afraid of. However, in terms of cultivation base, the golden-winged eagle was much stronger than Tao Wu. After all, a late-stage ferocious beast was more than a level higher than a 6,000-year-old one. That was why they did not have absolute confidence in destroying it. Therefore, they had been waiting all this time. Moreover, there was another more important reason, and that was because of me. At their level of cultivation, their wisdom was already very developed. They all knew that even though I was a living relic of a giant beast, when I completed the 9th and final transformation, the energy in my body would be completely manifested. Only by absorbing it at that time would I be able to obtain more energy. Therefore, they had been waiting for this day to come. Now, I only have 1 to 2 days to complete the last transformation. They will not let me go no matter what. Chapter 92. Wenting smiled bitterly. It's not as simple as you think. Every time I transform, I need a huge amount of Buddhist energy to protect me. Moreover, there's a familiar energy around Sheng Temple. This place is remote. Moreover, even if I go somewhere else, there will be other beasts without the golden eagle and Tao Wu. After all, the aura released by the living beast during the transformation is too obvious. There's no way to hide it. It was precisely because of the existence of these two ferocious beasts that the other ferocious beasts hiding in the dark did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Qiyu, hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you don't leave now. They're all extremely ferocious, and you're Kirin. They won't let you go. Qiyu's eyes lit up. No, I won't leave. Since I made up my mind, I won't change it. Ting Ting, don't you believe in the strength of our Zodiac Guardian God? I've inherited the bloodline of the king of divine beasts, Kirin. How can I retreat in front of a beast? Wenting shook her head with tears streaming down her face. No, it's not like that. Qiyu, I believe in the strength of your Zodiac Guardian God. But don't forget that you're not the real Zodiac Guardian God yet. If there's only one beast, with your combined strength and Master Chongsheng, you might be able to fight it. But there's 2 of them. Your average strength isn't even at 5 clouds. How can you fight them? In the face of absolute power, all skills are useless. Qiyu, I'm begging you, hurry up and leave. I'm already satisfied to be your girlfriend for a few minutes. I've suffered enough. I don't want to worry about you before I die. Do you want me to die with everlasting regret? Wenting's stern voice, why does it sound so awkward? Qiyu felt a pain in his heart. Even after experiencing so many hardships, Wenting was still thinking of others. Why did such a good girl have to suffer so much? Without saying anything, Qiyu took Kirin from Wenting's hands. Wenting was overjoyed. She thought that Chiyu had listened to her, so she pressed her right hand on her chest. She turned half a circle, and a golden red light floated out. It was a huge foxtail. Although Wen Ting's mother was a nine-tailed fox, she only had one tail. On that huge tail there was a shiny thing. Wen Ting pulled her tail over and gently stroked Xiana's soft golden red fur. She took off that shiny thing, and with a flash of light, the tail disappeared again. Chiyu, take this. It will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. Chiyu subconsciously held the shiny thing in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a disc-like thing. The disc seemed to be made of copper, but its surface was abnormally smooth. There were faint patterns around the disc. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the patterns were actually engraved with Kirin. Although there were no colors, when Chiyu focused his mind, he was surprised to find that the Kirin pattern on the disc seemed to move. Ting Ting, what is this? Chiyu asked in puzzlement. Wen Ting said, this was left to me by the logistics department. It was also one of the things that father gave her back then. It originally belonged to the Kirin clan, and it's called Kirin Mirror. I don't know what it's used for. In her last words to me, my mother once said that if I met a descendant of the Kirin clan in the future, I should give him the Kirin Mirror. Now, you're the only heir of the Kirin bloodline in this world. It's the most suitable to have it. I can feel that the energy in the Kirin Mirror is very strange. How to use it in the future depends on your own exploration. Chiyu was slightly stunned. Kirin Mirror, is this? As Chiyu was thinking, Xieji's voice suddenly sounded in his heart without warning. Oh my god, it's actually Kirin Mirror. Chiyu, take it quickly. This is also one of the 8 treasures of Kirin. It's ranked above Kirin's secret. It's the treasure of Kirin. Chiyu asked, what's the use of Kirin Mirror? How do I use it? Xieji said, Kirin Mirror is not formed by Kirin's body. Its origin is a 10,000-year-old copper diamond. The copper diamond is a very special kind of diamond. It's basically gone in the world now. Those diamonds in your human world are slag compared to it. This Kirin Mirror is used for defense. In the beginning, after the ancestors of Kirin obtained this treasure, they used the umbrella as the fire and Kirin to form this treasure after hundreds of years. Because Kirin's right arm is the strongest point of the whole body, Kirin's ancestors often considered the problem of Kirin's defense. Although Kirin Red can defend the whole body, because of its unique and other special effects, its defense is not perfect. As for this Qilin Mirror, it can only be used in conjunction with your left arm. When your Kirin bloodline is integrated with it, it will become your most resolute guardian treasure. Simply put, you can think of it as a shield. Shield? Yes, it's a shield. From a defensive point of view, Kirin Mirror Room is the strongest of all the Kirin Octave treasures. It's just that because it has no other special effects, it is ranked 7th. However, you must not underestimate it. The first advantage of Kirin Mirror is that it is not like the other Kirin Octave treasures, which requires the remaining consciousness in it to be used. As long as you have the bloodline of Kirin, you can use it. Moreover, when Kirin Mirror is used, only a small amount of energy is needed. You don't need too much support from your Kirin Thundercloud Force. Because of the smooth surface of Kirin Mirror, when resisting the enemy's energy supply, it can reflect part of the opponent's attack to a certain extent. Hurry up! Your enemy is about to arrive. Quickly integrate with Kirin Mirror so that you have more opportunities to sign up. Remember, left arm. Xieji's voice disappeared, and Chiyu could not be bothered to explain to Wen Ting. He pulled up the clothes on his left arm and carefully stuck the Kirin Mirror on it. When Kirin Mirror touched Chiyue's left forearm, Chiyu screamed, and a strong burning sensation spread throughout his body in an instant. The palm-sized Kirin Mirror was completely attached to his left forearm, and the circle of Kirin patterns around it changed rapidly. Whether it was the Qilin Pearl on Chiyu's chest, the Qilin Scarlet, or the injured Qilin Concealment, all of them resonated with each other at this moment. An enormous amount of energy was released, and in that instant, Chiyue felt her vision blur. Immediately after, the Qilin image on the Qilin Mirror turned from a blurry image to a blood-red color. Wen Ting was shocked. Chiyu, what are you doing? It seems to be sucking your blood. I'm fine. Ting Ting, don't come over. Chi took a deep breath. He knew that he was in the process of fusion. The upcoming crisis was getting closer and closer. He endured the pain in his arm and took a deep breath. He injected his purest Kirin energy into his forearm without reservation. The process of the Kirin mirror and Chi-Yu's fusion was very fast. When all the Kirin patterns turned blood red, there was a sudden flash of light. The Kirin mirror that Shieji said was made of copper diamond as the foundation shrank several times in an instant, turning into a bracer-like halo that fused into the skin of Chi-Yu's left wrist. The halo was golden at first, but with the injection of Chi-Yu's bloodline energy, it began to change. Just like Chi-Yu's Kirin horn, it turned black-silver. During the black-silver period, there was also a layer of golden smoothness. At that moment, Chi-Yu had already mastered how to use the Kirin mirror through the bloodline communication. The Kirin mirror could not be activated with any of his thundercloud force. He had to rely on the most primitive power of Kirin's bloodline to communicate with it. The terrifying aura outside was getting closer and closer. Chi-Yu wore Kirin invisibility on his body and shouted, "Origin mutation." The black and silver light shrouded Chi-Yu's body like a light ball under the cover of Kirin invisibility. Due to the concealment effect of Kirin invisibility, his strong Kirin aura did not spread out. Wen-Ting seemed to be obsessed with the black scales that appeared on Chi-Yu's body and the solid black-silver right arm, revealing a trace of hazy light. At this moment, he seemed to see his father, who was once the king of the beasts, standing proudly at the top of all the ancient beasts. Yes, the man in front of him had the purest energy of Kirin. One day in the future, he would become even stronger as strong as his father. Outside Sheng Temple, Yamu and her constellation guardians had already occupied the area. Her beautiful face, which usually had a faint smile on it, now revealed a serious expression. Cardinal Ao Guerra was standing 3 meters away from him. Her expression had become even uglier. All the people of the Vatican were carefully watching Irai and Tsang Mountain, holy power fluctuating around their bodies. "Miss Yamu, do you know what's going on?" Ao Guerra asked calmly. Yamu's purple eyes were slightly aggrieved. She sighed softly and said, "Do you see? Cardinal Ao Guerra, in the West, you have to face the Dark Parliament. Yes, compared to the East, the Dark Parliament is much more organized and they are very cunning. But the Guardians of the East have to face the ancient beasts that the Dark Parliament has hired to fight. Feeling the aura of these ancient beasts, I think you should now understand why the exhibition of the Zodiac Guardians was so powerful. If they were not strong enough, how could they deal with these ancient beasts?" Ao Guerra frowned and said, "That's not what I'm concerned about now. I just want to know the purpose of these 2 terrifying auras coming here. Could it be that they are here for the sacred origin?" Yamu smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? Even the West has noticed such a huge power. How could the strong people of the East give it up? It seems that we have overlooked the East's obsession. How much confidence do you have in facing the appearance of these 2 enormous energies?" Ao Guerra pondered for a moment and said, "The Vatican will not retreat. Miss Yamu, since we are now in a cooperative relationship, how about this? These 2 terrifying auras are obviously coming towards the Sheng Temple. Their target is the sacred origin. In that case, they're also the enemies of the Zodiac Guardians. Can I ask you to lead your Zodiac Guardians to help the Easterners resist for a while?" Yamu was a little surprised and said, "Cardinal Ao Guerra, what are you and your subordinates planning to do?" Ao Guerra seriously revealed a holy light. "These 2 auras are so powerful. Although we may not be able to resist, we may not lose to them. While you are resisting, I will bring the most loyal believers of the Vatican to take the sacred origin away. As long as we can successfully take the sacred origin away, this operation will be considered a success. Of course, Miss Yamu, do not misunderstand. After we take the sacred origin, we will immediately deal with it. We will not let it fall into anyone's hands." "Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous." A handsome young man walked out from behind Yamu. He was tall, almost 2 meters tall. His body did not have exaggerated muscles, but his shoulders were very broad. The lines on his face were very stiff, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. His gaze was full of disdain. His slightly curly short golden hair was combed meticulously. Just by standing there, he gave off an indescribable feeling of majesty. A.O. Guerra's gaze turned to the young man and frowned. "I will discuss with Miss Yemo. Who are you?" The young man said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Leo Constellation Guardian Ilias greets you. Your Excellency, there is something you must understand. In terms of status, you're not on the same level as Miss Yemo. If you need to discuss, I am willing to do it on your behalf. However, if it is as you have said, then there is no need to discuss further. Is the Vatican trying to use us as a shield? However, in this world, you are not smarter than anyone else." Ilias' meaning was very clear. Perhaps A.O. Guerra would not speak to Rainai at all. Her stiff face and deep voice did not give any face to the Cardinal Bishop in front of her, who was only below one person and above tens of thousands of people in the Vatican. A.O. Guerra's expression changed. "Your Excellency Ilias, I hope you will think more before you speak. Do you think your words can represent Miss Yemo?" "No, of course not. What we said cannot represent Miss Yemo. However, if you're knowledgeable, you need to understand that the Vatican can't be the protector of the Greek Church here, right?" Soso had already arrived beside Ilyasna at some point in time. His hands were blocking Ilyasna's firm arms, and he had a seductive smile on his face. It was as if he was talking to his lover, causing Audra to choke back his words. Ilias revealed a serious look of disgust. He gently shook his arm away from Soso's embrace and stared coldly at A.O. Guerra. However, he did not say a word. A.O. Guerra suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Yamu, "Miss Yamu, there is no time now. You should have sensed that the two huge energies are approaching Chongshan Temple." Yamu smiled indifferently. "I understand the decision you want me to make. However, I am sorry. What Ilias said is what I said. That's right, although the two powerful auras were directed at Chongshan Temple. However, the West has always been protecting the world. At this time, is the Vatican not willing to help the Zodiac Guardian? Even if we still have to fight because of the sacred origin, we will naturally make our own decisions if we want to protect the big issues. However, I hope that the Vatican will not take this opportunity to make a move. Otherwise, A.O. Guerra didn't expect Rain Eyes to answer him like that. His eyes flickered. And he quickly returned to normal. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, this is also a solution. Since Miss Yamu has made up her mind, the Vatican is willing to help protect Junayo. However, the Easterners are very cunning. I reckon that the sacred origin is already in their hands. In order to ensure that the sacred origin is not taken away by them, I think it is better to leave some people here to guard the place." Yama looked at A.O. Guerra and said, "I agree. However, we do not need to be too hasty. Let's take a look at who is coming first." As soon as Yamu's voice fell, the sky in the direction of Arai suddenly lit up. It was Arai that lit up the sky. The originally tranquil surface of Arai Lake was boiling at this moment. The mirror-like Arai Lake seemed to have been split open at this moment. At the same time, the clear water of Arai Lake turned completely red, emitting scorching rays of light. A large number of bubbles kept surging up from the lake. At this time, Arai was like a huge, restless ruby, emitting a bright but dangerous light. Wah, wah. The sound of a baby crying clearly spread to every corner of Chongshan Temple. The sound was very strange. The Knights of Light, who had a lower cultivation level, changed their expressions and hurriedly activated their holy power. After sealing their hearing, they felt a little better. Wah, wah. The baby crying sounded again. The red surface of Arai suddenly rose a little. At the center, the water gradually rose. In a lake with a diameter of 10 meters, like a mushroom, a huge body appeared, flashing with a strong red light. The huge body was 6 meters long and more than 3 meters tall. As soon as it appeared, the temperature of the whole of Dali seemed to rise a lot. A huge tail was behind it, and its 4 feet were like 4 huge beads. The most peculiar thing was its head, which was something that Westerners had never seen before. It had 2 strange horns and a huge mouth. If Chiyu was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the appearance of the Oriental dragon head. A dragon's head, a snake's body, and 4 feet. It was Bien. Yamu sighed softly. What a strong flame. Salong. The other young man who was standing next to Ilias stepped forward and said respectfully, Mississippi. Yamu said, Are you sure you can extinguish the flame if you use your power? Sailing's gaze turned to Bien, who was slowly rising, but was pushed to the shore by the lake. He shook his head and said, The energy is not on the same level. Although my ability is ice, the strength of her energy is too different. Duan Shurjin should be able to resist it, but only for a short time. Yamu nodded gently, and Salong quietly returned to his original position. The 6 constellation guardians behind Yamu did not seem to panic because of the appearance of the powerful Bien. Their eyes were very stable and seemed to be full of confidence. Ao Gera's gaze also completely fell on Bien. However, a greedy light flashed in the depths of his eyes. No one noticed the fluctuations in his emotions. Ao Gera was a cardinal of the Vatican. He had even read the most secret books of the Vatican. According to the records in the books, the more powerful the Eastern giant beast, the more treasures it would have. From the surface of the giant beast in front of him, her body seemed to be made of very special materials. Moreover, for her to have such a huge energy aura, she probably had the NEI pill recorded in the books. The source of holy power included fire. If she could get the NEI pill of such a super giant beast, even if the effect was not as good as the holy source, it should not be much worse. At this moment, greed rose in her heart. Miss Yamu, should we make a move? Ao Gera asked in a low voice. His mood did not seem to be affected by the ridicule of the other constellation guardians. Yamu hesitated for a moment and said, Let's wait and see what he wants to do. Bien landed on the ground with its head held high, even though it was nighttime. However, because of the fiery light around his body, he could still see everything in its path withering away. Even the ground became dry and cracked. Raising its head, the cries of a baby rang out again. This time it was even sharper. Most of the holy light actually fell to the ground after hearing Bien's roar, desperately raising their holy power to the limit to resist. Even Lu Yuan's expression did not look good at this moment. He frowned and said, What a strong guy. Fortunately, there are no such monsters in the West. Lao Ai's movement was not fast, but with every step he took, the red light around his body would grow stronger. It was as if the temperature of Dali had risen because of the true fire of 9 adoration around his body. What was even more peculiar was that a red cloud gradually condensed above his head. The red cloud was constantly changing, casting a shadow over Lao Ai's huge and terrifying body. Its aura was obviously stronger. At this moment, a loud and deep voice came from the direction of the Tsang Mountains. Hearing this voice, Bien seemed a little hesitant, and at the same time, raised its head and screamed. The 2 voices collided in the air, and a huge sound wave spread in all directions. Many of the Knights of Light who were already struggling had blood flowing out of their mouths and noses. It seemed that they could not hold on for much longer. Ao Gera's face was a little solemn. He raised the Bible in his hand and said, Almighty Lord, as your most loyal believer, please protect us with your endless divine power. A circle of white light floated away, and the Bible opened. The white light shot up into the sky. When the light rose to a height of about 3 meters, it suddenly spread out in all directions. The light shone brightly, forming a huge light shield, completely enveloping all the people of the Vatican. Yamu and her constellation guardians did not move. However, their bodies were also faintly lit up with various colors of light. It turned out that the big box behind Bei Zai was already in front of them. Along with that loud and long cry, the sky in the direction of the Tsang Mountains suddenly lit up. Different from the fiery red light on Bien Zai's side, under the sudden illumination of the light, the whole Tsang Mountains seemed to be gilded. The golden light did not have the holy aura of the Vatican. Instead, it was extremely domineering energy that covered the sky and the earth, emitting a strong pressure that confronted Bienzai from afar. Bienzai seemed to be a little angry. Once again, it took a firm step forward, leaving a deep mark on the ground with each step it took. The golden light on the Tsang Mountains became brighter and brighter. Along with another loud cry, a huge ball of golden light shot up into the sky. Amidst the dazzling light, the people of the Vatican and the Greek Church saw that it was a big bird that looked like an eagle. However, compared to an eagle, its body was much bigger. Its wings, which were flashing with a strong golden light, were 10 meters wide. The majestic bird raised its head high, and its huge claws were slightly retracted as it swooped down in the direction of the Chongsheng Temple. It was the descendant of the great rock wisdom king, the golden rock eagle. When Bienzai saw that the golden rock eagle had moved, he hastened his steps. The red cloud above his head descended and enveloped his body entirely. Under the effect of the red cloud, Bienzai's body seemed to have become much lighter. With a single leap, he arrived before the Chongsheng Temple. The golden rock eagle in the sky looked at him from afar. The golden rock eagle did not seem to be paying attention to Bienzai anymore. Monty's huge body paused for a moment before its wide wings folded in front of its body as though it had seen something. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Two fan-shaped beams of golden energy that were 5 meters wide shot out towards the highest floor where Qian Sun was. Bienzai made use of the moment when the golden rock eagle paused to enter the Chongsheng Temple. Right at that moment, the top of the 3 pagodas of Dali lit up at the same time as a deep Buddhist chant rang out. Umitba, evil creature, how dare you? The auspicious white light instantly formed a huge white barrier, just like the one used against those from the Soul Devourer Hall earlier on. It had already enveloped the entire Chongming Temple. However, the white light this time around was clearly much stronger than before. The golden rock eagle's attack passed through the white light instantly. That white light did not seem to contain any energy at all, as it merely rippled violently. However, that initially domineering attack of the golden rock eagle was weakened to only a third of its original strength after passing through the white light. A nimble figure flew out from within Qian Sun. A loud dragon roar rang out, dispelling the attack with a loud bang. Ryue floated coldly within the range of the white light of the 3 pagodas. Her entire body was covered in white dragon phosphorescence, and a strong aura that belonged to a colossal dragon emanated from her body as she faced off against the golden rock eagle in the sky. Bienzai did not know how to fly. In that aspect, she was clearly inferior to the golden rock eagle. Hence, the moment the white light of the 3 pagodas shone, its gigantic body was enveloped within. As the white light rippled, the red clouds around its body became much thinner. However, that was just a temporary phenomenon. Bienzai leaped high into the air and pounced towards the bottom of the pagoda. At the same time, the golden rock eagle in the sky made its move. It charged headfirst into the white light of the 3 pagodas. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking the Prajna Paramitha. A loud Buddhist chant rang out from within him, and the originally calm Buddhist light rippled like cold stars. Every time the Buddhist light rippled, the light would shrink a little. However, no matter how much it shrank, it still enveloped the 2 peerless beasts from afar. After Ryue, the other Zodiac Guardian warriors walked out of the Qian Sun Pagoda one after another, each of them taking action at the same time. It was obvious that they had already discussed it. The golden rock eagle in the sky had Ryue and Su Dong, who could fly, and Ming Ming, who could glide. On the ground, Bienzai was surrounded by the other 4 Zodiac Guardian warriors. Vol and Yin Xiaoqi did not show up. Under the protection of the Buddhist light, the energy of the golden rock eagle in Bienzai was greatly weakened. With the help of the Buddhist light, the Zodiac Guardian warriors were raised to their strongest state. Outside Chongsheng Temple, Yamu sighed softly and muttered to herself, "It seems that the Zodiac Guardian warriors are much stronger than we thought. Although these 2 beasts are strong, they can't unleash their true strength in this place." Ao Gera stopped chanting, and the white light disappeared quietly. His eyes flickered but he did not say anything. He just wanted to give the 5 cardinals a look. What was Chi Yu doing now? At the top of the Chien Sun Pagoda, Wen Ting said anxiously, "Why aren't you leaving? It will be too late if you don't leave now. Take your companions and leave this place quickly." Although your companions have temporarily trapped them, these 2 beasts are too strong. As long as they're given some time to adapt to the Buddhist light, they can completely destroy all of you here. The reason why they haven't attacked with full force is not because they don't have the ability to break through the siege of your companions, but mainly because they think that my transformation is not complete, so they are not in a hurry. They have also been cultivating in the deep mountains and lakes for many years, so they probably need some time to adapt to battle. This is also your only chance. Chapter 93. Wen Ting shook her head forcefully and said angrily, "No, I decide my own fate. You don't have to worry about it. Get out of here quickly. Didn't you agree to leave just now?" Chi Yu smiled. "Did I agree? I don't think so. Why don't I remember? Silly girl, do you think this will work on me?" Wen Ting said angrily, "What silly girl? Do you know how old I am this year?" "Humph. In terms of age, I'm afraid only the 2 beasts here are older than me, let alone you. You ruffian, you actually went back on your word. Don't tell me you just found out that I'm a ruffian." Chi Yu shook his head helplessly. His figure flashed, and he used Kirin to appear next to Wen Ting in a flash. He pulled her into his arms, and Kirin completely enveloped their bodies under Chi Yu's control. At this time, Wen Ting's body was still in the energy transformation of the giant beast's living relic, so she couldn't use her strength at all. Being hugged by Chi Yu, she immediately struggled desperately. However, how could she break free from Kirin's shoulder? Chi Yu said, "Don't struggle. I'm going out. If I get exposed because of your struggle, you'll be the one who killed me." At this moment, he knew that he couldn't afford to hesitate at all. The further away he was from here, the safer it would be for his companions. Only by helping Wen Ting complete her final transformation and concealing her aura once again could he make the 2 beasts return without accomplishing anything. Only then could he allow his companions to leave this place. The Qilin concealment's effect instantly appeared. Chi Yu tightly hugged Wen Ting, who no longer dared to struggle, and floated out of the tower. At that moment, the golden-winged eagle spread its wings and floated in the air unhurriedly. Every time it flapped its 2 huge wings, it could easily block Ryue, Su Dong, and Ming Ming's combined attacks. Ryue's Dragon Leap 18 strikes was unable to break through the golden light surrounding his body. One could clearly see the disdain in the great golden-winged eagle's eyes. What was happening below put a lot of pressure on the other Zodiac Guardian warriors. The main force of the battle was Guan Ping. Taking advantage of the Lion Mastiff's strong body and profound thundercloud force, he fought against Tao Wu from the front. Meanwhile, Modi kept launching his leg technique, attacking Tao Wu's body one after another. Using his agile body, Ian kept circling Lao AI. However, he didn't dare to get close to Tao Wu to attack. Only when facing Tao Wu could he feel how terrifying the heat surrounding its body was. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu understood why when Ting said that Tao Wu was not inferior to the golden-winged eagle, even though it only had 6,000 years of cultivation. The true fire of Jamadi around its body was too strong. It was not only a natural barrier. The extreme heat made the Zodiac Guardian warriors not dare to get close to it. They could only use energy attacks to block its path. Hu Guang was obviously not in his best condition. Although he tried to attack, it was difficult for his poison to exert its power in the face of the true fire of Jamadi. It was burned by the high temperature before it could even get close to Tao Wu. Moreover, his body kept trembling. It was not because of the fear brought by Tao Wu. It was a threat from the sky. Hu Guang was a snake zodiac, and the golden-winged eagle was the nemesis of all reptiles. Although they didn't fight, the aura of the golden-winged eagle alone was enough to put a lot of pressure on Hu Guang, who only had the strength of 4 clouds. Chi Yu floated in the air and observed the situation. He gritted his teeth and raised the thundercloud force in his body to the limit. The other 3 types of thundercloud force were fully channeled into Kirin. He hit his and Wen Ting's auras and flew hundreds of meters away in a flash, heading towards the north. When Shiyu flew out of the range of Chongming Temple's Buddhist light, both the golden-winged eagle in the air and Tao Wu on the ground let out a furious roar at the same time, causing the whole temple to tremble. Although the two beasts didn't notice the invisible Shiyu and Wen Ting, they were too familiar with the aura of Wen Ting's energy. How could they not be angry when their target suddenly disappeared? The white dragon wings flapped gently in the air. Every time they flapped, a layer of white fog would be emitted. The clouds in the sky fluctuated violently, and the clouds that were originally high up in the sky suddenly shrouded downwards. It was an inexplicable natural phenomenon. When the white fog came into contact with the white airflow emitted by Ryue, the clouds seemed to have a mind of their own and dispersed into the surroundings. The dragon domain that belonged to the dragon Zodiac had appeared. Dragon God's true body. The reaction of the beasts was equivalent to telling the Zodiac warriors that Shiyu had started to move. In order to let Shiyu leave safely, Ryue no longer cared about consuming too much of her own energy. With a loud shout, she finally used her dragon god's true body again. 6 auspicious clouds floated out from the large expanse of clouds in succession. From the thick fog that was almost tangible, it could be seen that these 6 clouds of white fog were the essence of the entire dragon domain. The 6 clouds floated in a strange trajectory. They did not fall, but hovered in the air. Then, the 6 clouds of white fog began to condense. In almost a few blinks of an eye, the 6 clouds of white fog merged into one. A surging dragon roar broke through the air. As the white fog fluctuated violently, its form also changed. A faint dragon-shaped shadow appeared behind the clouds, and the dragon-shaped shadow floated and merged with the clouds. Then, accompanied by an even louder dragon roar, the fog of the air disappeared, and a huge white dragon appeared out of thin air. The white dragon's body was dozens of meters long, and it looked so real. Its red dragon eyes were like 2 huge rubies, shining brightly in the air and full of domineering light. There were 2 horns on its head, and its whole body was covered with dense white scales. Under its abdomen, 4 huge dragon claws were constantly waving, and the claws were surrounded by fog. It was the image of a dragon soaring in the clouds. The huge white dragon in the air did not look inferior to the golden-winged eagle. Ryue did not use energy attacks, but directly rushed in front of the golden-winged eagle. The huge dragon and the golden-winged eagle began to fight in the air. The collision of energy and body caused a series of muffled sounds in the air. Ryue lived up to her name of Tyrannosaurus Rex to fight the 10,000-year-old golden-winged eagle head-on. Floating in the air, the tiger wings on Su Dong's back were fully spread out, and the black and white fur on his body stood up. He desperately increased his thundercloud force, and the aura of the king of beasts completely enveloped the golden-winged eagle through the pressure. At this time, although he did not participate in the attack, because of his existence, the golden-winged eagle had no choice but to focus part of its attention on him. Su Dong of the 5 clouds had been cultivating continuously. At this time, his strength was gradually approaching the 6 clouds realm, but because the 6 clouds was a huge bottleneck in cultivation, he could not completely break through. Even so, among all the Zodiac Guardian warriors, other than Shiyu and Ryue, he was the strongest. Under the continuous gathering of energy, Su Dong's palms had expanded to 3 times their original size. White light surrounded his palms, and each condensed into a ball of compressed thundercloud force. Although these 2 balls of thundercloud force did not look eye-catching, they were indeed 70% of the thundercloud force in Su Dong's body. He was looking for an opportunity. As long as the golden-winged eagle showed an opening, it would immediately attack. Who would win the battle in the air between the dragon and the eagle? No one could answer this question. After all, the golden-winged eagle was the descendant of the great rock wisdom king. Although Ryue also had the bloodline of a dragon, she did not have the slightest advantage in close combat. The golden-winged eagle's wings were too strong, and the most difficult thing for Ryue to deal with was its attack power. After using the dragon god's true body, Ryue's defense had been raised to the limit, and her attack power had also increased greatly. However, whether it was her dragon claws or her body that had transformed, it was difficult for her to cause any substantial damage to the golden-winged eagle. Instead, the dragon scales on her body were constantly being destroyed by the golden-winged eagle's counterattack, leaving behind terrifying wounds. Although this dragon body was not Ryue's real body, her aura was connected, and she had already suffered serious injuries. For a moment, the battle had become more and more disadvantageous for the Zodiac Guardian warriors. At this moment, because the aura of the giant beast relic had suddenly disappeared, the golden-winged eagle had fallen into a state of rage. The energy it had cultivated for many years was gradually being unleashed, and Ryue was almost unable to resist in close combat. The golden-winged eagle's target was actually not Ryue. If Ryue retreated at this moment, it would not chase after her. The escaping Qiyu and Wenting were Ta's real targets, and Ryue did not think about defeating the golden-winged eagle now. Her task was to firmly entangle the golden-winged eagle here. With every second that passed, Qiyu would be able to escape further away from here. Swan and I, who was below, also launched a tyrannical attack. A large expanse of red clouds erupted from its body. By now, Guan Ping and the other Zodiac Guardian warriors were covered in a charred smell. It was too difficult for them, who only had the average strength of 4 clouds, to resist such a peerless, ferocious beast. The true fire of 9 adversity was something they did not dare to touch. Just as the Zodiac Guardian warriors were about to be destroyed by the 2 peerless, ferocious beasts, a clear Buddhist chant rang out. Amitba, a ball of golden light floated out from the 1,000-seeker pagoda. This golden ball of light was only the size of a fist, but the moment it appeared, the 2 ferocious beasts' movements immediately slowed down. Be it Swan and I or the golden-winged eagle, their eyes were filled with anxiety. After the golden ball of light appeared, a faint golden color first covered the Zodiac Guardian warriors. All the Zodiac Guardian warriors who were fighting felt their spirits lift at the same time. The Yunli that they had consumed was rapidly recovering, and at the same time, they could completely focus on the battle at hand. Even Hu Guang temporarily ignored the nemesis in the sky. The golden ball of light floated forward slowly, and the faint golden light gradually merged with the Buddha's light formed by the 3 pagodas of Dali. At this moment, the Buddha's light was no longer as simple as energy. It had completely formed a huge cage. The 2 ferocious beasts seemed to hesitate in the golden and white light, and their auras gradually changed. Outside Chongming Temple, Yamu frowned and said, "The sacred source is no longer here." Ao Gera also felt that the aura in Chongming Temple had changed, but he did not pay much attention to it, because the 2 sides were constantly colliding with each other. When he suddenly heard Yamu's words, he was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Miss Yamu, what should we do now?" Yamu hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't chase after it first. Let's help the Eastern Guardians solve the problem at hand first." Ao Gera frowned and said, "Then what about the sacred source? If the aura of the sacred source completely disappears, we will no longer have a chance." Yamu smiled indifferently and said, "Only the Holy See would see the sacred source as important. We, the Greek Guardians, have a different view on this matter." A holy knight behind Ao Gera could not help but say, "What's the difference? If not for the sacred source, why did you come to the East?" His words immediately caused the 3 male Zodiac Guardians to glare at him angrily. Ilias coldly snorted and took a step forward. He said, "Don't use your dirty thoughts to associate the Greek Guardians. If anyone insults the Greek Guardians, I will challenge you to a duel." Ao Gera was slightly angry and said, "Enough. Now is not the time to argue. Miss Yamu, do you really not want the sacred source? Then, I'm sorry, we have a mission from the Holy See. We have to leave this place." As he said that, he took out a small golden ball from his bosom. It was something that looked like a globe. He silently muttered a few words, and the golden ball in his hand flickered slightly. Aogera's eyes revealed a look of joy, and he said, "Holy Sea, follow me." The dozens of Holy Sea experts left as fast as they could. Looking at their backs as they left, Soso came behind Yamu and said, "Miss, are we really going to let them go and find the sacred source? If the Holy Sea gets the sacred source, then—" "Enough, Soso. When did you become the one to question the miss?" Ilias did not give Soso any face and loudly reprimanded him. Soso looked at her faintly and did not say anything. He quietly returned to his original position. Yamu said indifferently, "Constellation Guardians, enter battle mode. We have to make a move." Inside Chongming Temple, the two ferocious beasts were unleashing their ferocious might. Zagru's relic had only made them restrain themselves slightly, but perhaps the relic of the giant beast was too attractive to them. They only hesitated for a moment before they actually faced the golden light of the Buddhist relic and launched another attack. Moreover, the attack this time was completely different. The speed of the golden-winged eagle had at least doubled. In just one move, Ryue's dragon god true form was blasted down from the sky. If not for Su Dong seeing that the situation was not good and hurriedly gathered energy in his hands, he would have been able to seriously injure Ryue. Even so, Ryue's dragon god true form was beaten back to its original form by the golden-winged eagle. Tao Wu became even more frenzied. Its dragon mouth opened wide, and a copious and unstoppable true fire of Jamadi swept towards the surrounding Zodiac Guardian warriors. Modi was fast enough, while Ian and Hu Guang were agile enough to dodge in time. However, Guan Ping was a step too slow. His body was slightly ignited by the true fire of Jamadi. He screamed in pain as his element mutation completely condensed into a ball of golden light. His body fell straight to the ground. Although his life was not in danger, the thundercloud force in his body was completely exhausted in resisting the true fire of Jamadi. His meridians were also severely injured, and he had completely lost the ability to fight. Just as Tao Wu had broken through the 4 Zodiac Guardian warriors and was about to force his way out of the encirclement of the Buddhist relic and Chongming Temple, the silent night sky suddenly changed. 6 dazzling rays of light shot into the sky from outside Chongming Temple. The rays of light flashed and disappeared. The stars in the night sky suddenly became clearer. Many stars that were not there before also appeared out of thin air. A strange scene occurred. Rays of light appeared between the specks of starlight, connecting them to each other. As the rays of light flickered, they were divided into 6 parts. Each part looked like a constellation. After the rays of light condensed, 6 rays of golden light shot towards the ground at the same time. 6 figures directly rushed into the sky from outside Chongming Temple and were enveloped by the 6 rays of light. 6 clear voices sounded, "Constellation Guardian." These 6 people were the 6 Constellation Guardians behind Yamu. At this moment, their 6 boxes were gone. Under the illumination of the golden light, their bodies emitted a layer of holy and pure golden light. Light spots appeared on each of them, and these light spots matched the number of constellations in the sky. Yamu's voice was calm and distant. "I'm Yamu from Greece. Please don't misunderstand us. We're here to help you." No one knew when Zagru had walked out of the Thousand-Seeker Pagoda. His body was emitting a faint Buddhist light, and his face looked a little pale. Although the golden light from the living relic was still attacking the bodies of the 2 beasts. However, these 2 ferocious beasts were much stronger than he had imagined. Even in the face of the massive Buddhist chi released by the living relic, they still did not cower. After all, it was impossible for 10 lives of Buddhist energy to exceed 1,000 years, and the 2 beasts in front of him had at least 6,000 years of cultivation. Although the living Sarira was a sacred object of Buddhism, however, to them, the threat it posed wasn't enough to make them fear it. Zagru said in a clear voice, "Thank you very much. Please enter the temple directly. The Buddhist light is only effective against all evil and dark creatures." The 6 constellation guardians in the sky were completely enveloped in the golden light, and it was impossible to see their figures clearly. 6 beams of golden light descended almost at the same time. 2 of them went straight for the great golden-winged eagle in the sky, while the other 4 targeted Tao Wu below. Cold air suddenly appeared around Tao Wu's body, and a cold voice rang out. Aquarius constellation, ice soul. Countless ice crystals appeared, and they didn't seem to be ordinary ice. Although they melted quickly under the effect of the 9 adoration true fire, they temporarily suppressed Tao Wu's ferocity, giving Modi and the rest a chance to catch their breath. The golden light enveloping the 6 constellation guardians seemed to have dimmed a little. They still looked the same, but the light that shone down from the sky continued to envelop their bodies. In fact, the big box that the 6 constellation guardians carried with them contained the constellation they belonged to. It was a special energy that would only appear after the inheritance of goddess Athena. The constellation guardians of Greece and the Zodiac guardians of Yin Huang were completely different. The appearance of the Zodiac guardians required one to have the bloodline of the Zodiac. As for the 12 constellation guardians of Greece, they were personally chosen by Athena. When goddess Athena's divinity descended to the human realm, it was accompanied by 12 beams of energy from the signs of the Zodiac. And these energies were directly sealed in the ancient Greek divine weapon, the 12 constellation boxes. Once Athena's divinity was successfully inherited, she would send the 12 constellation boxes out according to her will, and the Greeks who obtained the boxes were the fated ones. These 12 people were the same as Athena, and could not be older than 3 years old. When they obtained the constellation boxes, they would be affected by the energy of their constellation and subtly display the abilities of their own constellation. When goddess Athena gradually matured, the 12 constellation guardians would also gradually possess powerful abilities. Hence, Chiyu's analysis of the strength of the constellation guardians was not wrong. The strength of these constellation guardians were basically equal, and their constellation boxes were also the key to communicating with the energy of their own constellation. Only by obtaining the full recognition of their constellation could they display even more powerful abilities. In a sense, it could be understood that the constellation protection used by the 12 constellation guardians of Greece was similar to the Zodiac guardian's Zodiac guardian. Enveloped by the light of the constellation, the 6 constellation guardians displayed powerful abilities, especially the 4 constellation guardians below. In almost an instant, they forced Bien back to his original position. Although the 2 constellation guardians in the air could not fly like Ryue and Su Dong, they relied on their constellation protection state to forcibly stop their bodies for a moment and launch an attack on the golden-winged eagle. The 4 constellation guardians below were respectively proficient in ice abilities: Aquarius constellation Salem, Literate constellation Ilias, Sagittarius constellation Miguelis, and Pisces constellation Garcia. And of the 2 in the air, one was Scorpio constellation Soso, who had fought with Chiyu before. The other one was also a female, Cancer constellation Cece. The 6 constellation guardians distributed themselves like this, not because they underestimated the golden-winged eagle in the air. When the 4 constellation guardians below forced Bien to retreat, Sagittarius constellation Miguelis immediately withdrew from the circle. A golden longbow appeared in his hand. The bow was like a full moon, and a golden arrow formed by energy locked onto the golden-winged eagle in the air. The addition of the 6 constellation guardians immediately gave the Zodiac guardian warriors, who were previously in a disadvantageous situation, a chance to breathe. Ryue half-knelt in front of the Chien Sun Tower, gasping for breath. Although her Zodiac transformation was still there, it had regressed to the first stage of transformation, and the dragon scales on her body were damaged in many places. Drops of blood flowed continuously from behind the light shield on her face. Guan Ping had already been snatched back by and using the agile divine beast. At this time, his eyes were closed, and he had already fallen into a coma. His whole body was burning hot, and it was obvious that he had been poisoned by Bienese fire poison. Yama's body floated into Chongming Temple as if it was weightless. She nodded at Zagru from afar, and immediately turned her gaze to the battlefield. The strength of the Constellation Guardians was indeed much stronger than the Zodiac Guardian warriors. After entering the Constellation Guardian state, each of them had strength comparable to Ryue. After all, the systematic training from young made them much stronger than the current Zodiac Guardian warriors. In fact, these Constellation Guardians had only gathered around Athena last year. Since these Constellation Guardians were found when she was born, Yemo did not need to search as hard as Chiyu. Zagreus was extremely shocked at this time. Although he had guessed that the Greek deity who descended this time would become very powerful because of Athena, the goddess of war and command, he didn't expect that she would be so much weaker than the Zodiac Guardian God warriors. Each of these Constellation Guardians had the strength of a Six Clouds Zodiac Guardian warrior. Overall, they had already overshadowed the Zodiac Guardian warriors. Looking at their powerful strength, Zagreus could not help but be more determined to help Chiyu find all the Zodiac Guardian warriors as soon as possible. As long as the Zodiac Guardian warriors could be gathered, even if their individual strength was temporarily not comparable to these Constellation Guardians, the qualitative change after gathering would be enough for the Zodiac Guardian warriors to compete with the Constellation Guardians. However, although the situation had temporarily stabilized, Yemu's expression became even more solemn. One must know that the golden-winged eagle and Tao Wu were greatly weakened by Zagreus and Master Chongsheng's use of the Chongsheng Temple, a place with abundant Buddha Qi. However, when the Constellation Guardians started fighting them, they were immediately forced into a disadvantageous position. At least from the current situation, they were not doing much better than the previous Zodiac Guardian warriors. Sua's scorpion needles transformed into rays of red light that constantly attacked the golden-winged rock from tricky angles. Her attacks were all aimed at the golden-winged rock's weak points, especially its eyes. Unfortunately, the golden-winged rock was not Chiyu. In terms of defense, Chiyu was not on the same level as the golden-winged rock before his transformation. Thus, although Sua's attacks were tricky, she was unable to harm the golden-winged rock until she fell from the sky. On the other hand, Cancer Cece, who cooperated with saw achieve some results. Cece's attack was not as strange as Sua's, but her attack was a large-scale binding technique. Under the effect of the binding technique, the golden-winged eagle's speed was significantly reduced. With the help of the two female Constellation Guardians, Su Dong was much more relaxed. With the help of Ming Ming, he could temporarily suppress the golden-winged eagle. "Thank you, beauties. I'll treat you to coffee when I'm free." Even at this time, Su Dong could not forget to look at the beauties. His swollen tiger palms were already bleeding from the continuous battle with the golden-winged eagle. Among all the Zodiac Guardian warriors, the one who was relatively relaxed was Ming Ming. Because Ryue and Su Dong had taken on most of the golden-winged eagle's attacks, she could only support from the side. At this time, with the help of the two Constellation Guardians, she hurriedly opened her rainbow wings and replaced Su Dong's position. Rays of rainbow energy continuously attacked the golden-winged eagle. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and a golden light flashed past Ming Ming's side. Amidst the dazzling light, the golden-winged eagle let out an angry roar, and its left wing brought with it a golden light. Below, Sagittarius Constellation Guardian Miguelis could not help but be shocked. Among the 6 Constellation Guardians, he was definitely the strongest in terms of attack power. However, the arrow he shot out with all his strength was directly destroyed by the golden-winged eagle's wing. Before facing the Zodiac Guardian, these Constellation Guardians still looked down on the Zodiac Guardian warriors. But when they really faced these two abnormal beasts, they understood how much pressure the Zodiac Guardian warriors were under. Zagreus' Buddhist chant gradually became louder and louder. The relic that was related to his body constantly shot out rays of golden light. At this time, Vol and Yin Xiaoi carefully guarded beside Zagreus, watching the two beasts to prevent any sneak attacks. After a short stalemate in the battle, a change immediately occurred. The change came from the few Constellation Guardians that were besieging Swan and I. Salong of the Aquarius constellation relied on his own ice ability to temporarily restrain Swan and I, but it was only temporary. The heat of the nine adoration true fire was just as he had expected. He could not withstand it at all. Following a scream, the Aquarius constellation's constellation guardian light suddenly disappeared. Salon retreated to the side with a red face. Just like Guan Ping, he had been hit by the fire poison from Swan Ni's angry attack. Originally, it was already very difficult for the three of them to besiege Tao Wu. Now, with one less constellation guardian, although Ilias of the Leo constellation was strong, with the cooperation of Garcia of the Pisces constellation, he was unable to hold on. They were here to help, and the Zodiac Guardian warriors could not just sit and watch. After a short breather, Modi, Ian, and Hu Guang rushed up again. All Hu Guang could do now was to try his best to attract Tao Wu's attention. Modi and Ian used their own abilities to harass Tao Wu from the side, allowing Ilias and Garcia to relax a little. Chapter 94. For the first time, fear appeared in Tao Wu's eyes. Its huge body paused for a moment. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a red mist, which collided with the white light released by Yamu. With an angry roar, Tao Wu took a step back, while Yamu, who had launched the attack, had a rosy glow on her face. Her entire body was enveloped in a pure white light, and her gaze was very calm. She waved the scepter in her hand a few times in the air, and a large net formed by white light enveloped Tao Wu. As Zagru continued to chant, he realized that the energy released by Yamu was very pure. Although it looked very gentle on the surface, the strength of the energy had already reached a shocking level. Therefore, although she was simply waving the scepter, it posed a significant threat to Tao Wu. At this moment, the battle in the sky also changed. The golden-winged eagle was completely enraged. With a loud cry, a golden mirage suddenly appeared around its body. 9 golden-winged eagles of the same size charged in 9 different directions. Among them, 5 charged at Su Dong, Ming Ming, So-So, Cici, and Miguelis below. Su Dong and Ming Ming retreated at the same time. Just as they were about to face an unavoidable attack, Zagru's golden relic suddenly shot out 2 beams of light, which merged into their bodies. The thundercloud force in their bodies surged, and they screamed at the same time. At the cost of light injuries, they finally managed to block the golden-winged eagle's attack. So-So of the Scorpio constellation was obviously very cunning. As soon as she realized that something was wrong, her body immediately disappeared. Below, Miguelis was not so lucky. Although he had shot out 3 light arrows in time and accurately hit the golden-winged Great Pung Eagle silhouette, the difference in energy was too obvious. He let out a miserable cry and was sent flying by the surging energy. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Although Cici of the Cancer constellation did not react as quickly as So-So, she was really lucky. She was very close to Zagru. While Zagru was helping Su Dong and Ming Ming, he also sent a stream of Buddhist power in her body, allowing her to barely block the golden-winged eagle's attack. Master Chong Sheng's anxious voice suddenly came from the Qian Pagoda. "Everyone be careful. The golden-winged eagle is about to escape." Master Chong Sheng's words came early. However, it did not achieve the effect he had hoped for. The golden-winged eagle glared angrily at the insignificant humans below. Then, its body turned into a series of golden shadows and soared into the sky. At that moment, even the energy that Yamu released in time could not stop his body. A low and cold voice sounded. "Do you think you can stop me? I'll be back." Countless light spots lit up in the sky. With a speed that was close to the speed of light, the golden-winged rock eagle soared into the sky and broke through the Buddhist restrictive spell set up by the 2 grandmasters. Zagru groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not fall to the ground because of Yin Xiaoyi and Vol support. Grandmaster Chong Sheng, who was in the Thousand Secret Pagoda, was not having a good time either. Even though he was much older than Zagru, Zagru had inherited 10 lives of Buddha energy. Therefore, his strength was much weaker than Zagru. It was only by relying on the Buddhist power contained in Chongming Temple that it was able to hold on until now. The golden-winged rock eagle suddenly rushed out, causing the previous heaven's guide to spit out a mouthful of blood. He immediately collapsed in the pagoda, no longer able to control the Buddhist light of Chongming Temple. Suasua's reaction was very fast. She suddenly bounced up from the ground and chased after the golden-winged eagle like a cannonball. However, at this time, she was no longer bound by the Buddha's power. The golden-winged eagle had shown her the true strength of the Eastern 10,000-year-old beast. Soso did not even have the chance to dodge. The golden-winged rock eagle swatted her down like a fly. Cancer Soso rushed forward to save her. Even though she tried her best to resist the huge impact, by the time the two of them landed, Soso had already fainted with blood spurting out of her mouth. Soso had the help of Zagru's living relic. Although she was in a much better condition, she still spat out a small mouthful of blood. The golden-winged rock eagle suddenly rushed out. It was obviously chasing after the giant beast's living relic. This immediately made Tao Wu anxious. The Buddhist light disappeared, and Tao Wu's strength was fully unleashed. The golden-winged rock eagle actually tore a hole in the huge net of light that Yamu had launched. Its huge body became abnormally agile at this moment, and it directly rushed out of the hole. The golden-winged rock eagle had flown away, which meant that Chi Yu would be pursued. Ryue let out a shrill cry. Her figure flashed, and she had already arrived at the position where Tao Wu had rushed out. Her dragon power was completely unleashed, and she forcefully restrained Tao Wu's body with an oppressive punch. At this moment, Ryue's mind was very clear. Because Chi-Yu had used Kirin's invisible breath control ability, they could not find traces of Chi-Yu, nor could they catch up to the golden-winged rock eagle's speed. All they could do now was to try their best to trap this Tao Wu, while Chi-Yu's side could only depend on luck. The Leo constellations Ilias, the Pisces constellations Garcia, and the Cancer constellation Saius, the three constellation guardians who could still fight, surrounded Tao Wu and unleashed a barrage of attacks. It was unknown when Yamu's body was enveloped by a layer of golden light. Her eyes shone brightly, and the tip of the scepter in her hand emitted a resplendent light. Goddess's forgiveness. The golden light soared into the sky, and all the shining stars in the sky became dim. All the starlight instantly condensed into one point, and under the guidance of the scepter, it directly hit Tao Wu's body. Tao Wu roared towards the sky, and the 9 adoration true fire around its body fluctuated violently. Its huge body emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and a pink bead was spat out from the dragon's mouth, meeting the golden light. Immediately, a dazzling radiance exploded within Chongsheng Temple. The huge energy impact caused Ryue and the 3 constellation guardians to be pushed back at the same time. Yama's expression changed slightly, and the light in her eyes became dimmer. Her chest heaved up and down slightly, and the light on the scepter in her hand dimmed. She had forcefully used up a huge amount of energy to launch an attack with the help of the celestial phase stars. However, under her full force attack, Tao Wu was not in a good situation. His huge body seemed to be much more exhausted, and the pink bead was obviously much dimmer. Zagru shouted, "Everyone attack with all your strength. We must not let it take back the Nei pill." As he said that, he urged the living relic with all his strength, and the golden light went straight towards the weakened pink Nei pill. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Constellation Guardians were having a hard time fighting here, and she had already flown more than 10 miles away from Chongsheng Temple. While flying, Chi-Yu expanded his perception to the maximum, sensing if those powerful auras were approaching. After all, the 2 fierce beasts were too strong, and he was in an unprecedented state of anxiety. Chi-Yu knew that he could only rely on himself now. Kirin hid his aura, not only hiding from the 2 fierce beasts, but also making the Zodiac Guardian Warriors lose contact with him at the same time. In this case, no one could help him. Originally, he had arranged for Jita and the Special Force to be mobilized at any time tomorrow, but now it was too late. Even the foreshadowing that Chi-Yu had left on the 4 big families before his departure was useless at this time. plans could never keep up with changes, and at this time, he could only rely on himself. Chiyu, why do you have to do this? Wen-Ting nestled in Chiyu's warm arms, feeling the surging and intimate aura of Kirin in his body, and sighed faintly. Chiyu said while flying with all his strength, "This was originally my plan. There is no need to do this, silly girl. You just need to complete your last evolution as soon as possible, and that will be the greatest help to me. No matter from what point of view, I can't allow you to sacrifice yourself in vain. As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely protect you." Wen-Ting's life experience evoked a strong sense of pity in Chiyu. He had never been so determined to do something like this. At this moment, no matter what difficulties he faced, he would never back down. Wen-Ting said, "It seems that I still underestimated the ability of your friends. The golden-winged eagle and Tao Wu must have sensed us when we left, but they still haven't caught up after so long. They must have trapped us." Chiyu laughed and said, "Don't forget, we are the guardians of the East. Even if we have not reached our strongest strength, we are not that easy to deal with." Just as Chiyu's voice fell, his expression suddenly changed. The sky above where the two of them were flying suddenly lit up, and the milky white light illuminated the sky and the ground as if it was daytime. A huge and solemn energy shrouded them, forcing Chiyu to slow down. Dozens of halos appeared at this moment, and the halos descended from the sky. Their positions just happened to surround Chiyu and Wen-Ting in the center. When the halos landed on the ground, dozens of energy auras actually forcibly suppressed Chiyu and Wen-Ting's auras, like a huge cage trapping the two of them. Even the invisibility effect of Kirin's stealth on Chiyu's body completely disappeared under the sudden strong pressure, and the two of them appeared directly in midair. A figure appeared in each of the halos, and those figures looked so clear. When the light disappeared, Chiyu and Wen-Ting were already surrounded. Yes, they were the people from the Vatican that Chiyu knew could not fly. Aogera was still holding his Bible, and he looked up at Chiyu in the sky with a smile on his face. "Mr. Chi, why are you in such a hurry to leave? After all, we are partners. You should at least give us a heads up." Chiyu's heart was filled with shock, because he could not imagine how these people from the Vatican had caught up with him. After all, he had used the invisibility effect of Kirin's stealth. Moreover, he had never heard of any knights or bishops from the Vatican having the ability to fly. However, the truth was already presented in front of him, and his heart immediately sank. 4 holy knights, 20 knights of light, 5 cardinals, and a Cardinal Aogera, whose position was second only to the Pope. He was facing almost half of the strength of the entire Vatican. Under such circumstances, would there still be a chance for him to escape? Aogera clearly saw through the doubts in Chiyu's heart, and he smiled. Indeed, Mr. Chi's ability to conceal his aura is amazing, and we did not notice anything at all. However, Mr. Chi seems to have forgotten about the Pope's astrology. Although we could not find your aura, and your breath control technique is very good, the Pope has already studied the sacred origin energy for 3 years. No matter how well you conceal it, there will still be some flaws. Therefore, we relied on the location of the sacred origin energy to find this place. Although we used up a precious long-distance teleportation scroll, it was worth it. Wen-Ting looked deeply at Chiyu and said, "I have implicated you." Chiyu gently shook his head and said, "Don't say anything else. Rest well. I said that as long as I'm alive, I will not let anyone hurt you." As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly, and the 4-colored magic clouds flashed. Wen-Ting's body was directly sucked into the Kirin Pearl. Originally, Chiyu was afraid that Wen-Ting would feel lonely in the Kirin Pearl, which was why he had carried her. However, at this moment, the situation in front of him was clearly not going to be good. These people from the Vatican were not as holy as they seemed, especially in the face of great benefits. Glancing at the cardinals in 5 different directions, Chiyu knew that it was impossible for him to fly away. The thundercloud force under his feet retracted slightly, and he floated to the ground. The black Kirin armor emitted a faint light. Although he was alone, Chiyu's back was very straight, and his eyes flickered. In terms of aura, he was not the slightest bit weaker than his opponent. Sweeping his gaze over the people from the Vatican, Chiyu said calmly, "Bishop A.O. Guerra, I don't understand what you're talking about. What sacred origin? I don't know." A.O. Guerra pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, you don't know, Mr. Chi? Then who is the woman who was with you just now? I don't think I've seen her before, and she doesn't seem to belong to your Zodiac guardian." Chiyu snorted coldly and said, "She is my friend, A.O. Guerra. Are you questioning me? Who do you think you are? How dare you poke your nose into my business?" At this moment, in his heart, even the people from the Covenant of Darkness were not as detestable as these sanctimonious people from the Vatican in front of him. His tone suddenly became impolite. A.O. Guerra shook his head, not at all angered by Chi-Yu's impoliteness. No, this is not my business. Mr. Chi, there's a saying in Yin Huang, an honest man does not do underhanded things. The sacred origin is our target this time. In order to prevent evil people from obtaining it, please hand it over to us." Chi-Yu said, "So in your eyes, I am evil?" A.O. Guerra said, "You can't say that. However, I think the Vatican is more capable of protecting the sacred origin. I hope Mr. Chi doesn't make things difficult for us." Chi-Yu said forcefully, "What if I don't hand it over? Bite me?" A.O. Guerra's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Mr. Chi, it has been many years since someone dared to speak to me like this." Chi laughed. "Unfortunately, I don't believe in God. Perhaps God will not forgive you if he sees your way of taking things by force." A.O. Guerra sighed and hugged the Bible in front of his chest. He said indifferently, "It seems that this matter cannot be resolved in a peaceful way. Mr. Chi, I am very sorry. I can only apologize to you." As he spoke, he slowly retreated. With Lu Yuan in the lead, the four paladins approached Chi-Yu from four different directions. Chi-Yu's eyes lit up. Two rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. In the vast darkness of the night, it was very obvious. The wind blew, and under the light of the moon and stars, the shadows of the trees on the ground danced. A monstrous domineering aura filled the air, and an invisible shadow of Kirin appeared behind him. Although he was facing such a powerful enemy, in terms of overall momentum, Chi-Yu was still able to suppress all the people of the Vatican by himself. The Kirin armor was expanded by his bulging muscles, and his stalwart body stood there like an indomitable spirit. Purple lightning surrounded Chi-Yu's body and crackled. The Kirin bead on his chest shone with a magnificent light, and the Kirin armor on his back produced a layer of blood-red light that rippled like waves. Although the Kirin armor on his body was black, at this moment, Chi-Yu's body looked like the most dazzling star, and the light was shining everywhere. The four paladins obviously could not withstand Chi-Yu's crazy increase in momentum, and the four of them reached out their right hands at the same time. A milky white light lit up, and a light arrow that was condensed from pure energy appeared in each of their hands. A pair of invisible milky white wings appeared on their backs, leaving four shadows in the air, and instantly rushed toward Chi-Yu. The light arrow expanded in the air, and the four cross-shaped light shadows covered all of Chi-Yu's possible escape routes. Lu Yuan had experienced Chi-Yu's strength before, so during the process of attack, the four paladins did not hold back at all. The 20 paladins did not participate in the battle, but scattered around, and each of them increased their holy power to prevent Chi-Yu from escaping. "Oomph!" Chi-Yu snorted. In an instant, the space around his body distorted, and the black and silver light seemed to change slightly. Chi-Yu spun around at lightning speed, and at the same time, his right fist punched in all four directions of his body. There was no energy coming out of his fist, but the four punches of Chi-Yu were aimed at the center of the four cross-shaped light slashes. The strongest place was often the weakest place. Although the four paladins were not weak, they were still four people. Although Chi-Yu had punched out 4 times, each punch contained the unparalleled power of Kirin's arm. Boom, 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 boom. 4 loud sounds filled the sky with electricity, and 5 grunts sounded at the same time. The charging bodies of the 4 paladins came to an abrupt halt, and the four cross-shaped light slashes had already dissipated into halos that filled the sky. Chi stood where he was, as if he had not moved at all. The four paladins stood 10 meters away from him, and at the same time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Aogera could not help but be shocked. Although he already had a high opinion of Chi, he did not expect that under the joint attack of four paladins, this would be the result. He gently flipped open the Bible in his hand and made a gesture to the five cardinals. In fact, Chi's current situation was not too good. It was just that it was not obvious from the surface. The strength of the four paladins was at least comparable to the Zodiac guardian god at the five-cloud level. Moreover, their holy power was highly condensed with flame power. If it wasn't for the fact that Chi water thundercloud force was strong enough, he would have already made a fool of himself. Even so, Chi still felt his blood boil under the joint attack of the four. Chi suddenly burst into laughter. He roared arrogantly, come on, I'll show you Westerners what the true power of the East is. Kirin's wind slash. The light around Chi body suddenly turned green, and his tall body leaped into the air. A huge wind force revolved around Chi body, and for a moment, all the surrounding plants were uprooted by the wind. The green wind revolved around Chi body like a giant whirlpool. Countless flashing green wind blades shot out with a loud sound. As the light shone alternately, crescent-shaped wind blades swept toward the people of the church. The five cardinals had been chanting in a language that Chi could not understand. The sudden appearance of the cyan Ho caused them to pause for a moment. Aogera was indeed a cardinal. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and the Holy Bible in his hand suddenly floated above his head. Holy light, spiritual array. The golden light instantly spread to the people of the Vatican, forming a golden shield around them. The five cardinals shot a golden light at Aogera at the same time. Under the full power of the six of them, the golden shield was like a solid armor. The green wind blades were like a meat grinder, unleashing a tyrannical slicing force. However, Chi's strength alone could not compare to so many bishops of the church. The golden light on the Holy Knight's body continuously produced golden ripples under the attacks of the wind blades. They desperately used their light swords to block, but they were still pushed back by the strong attack. Chi never thought that his hurricane slash would be effective. What he wanted to do was to create an opportunity for himself. The four Holy Knights simultaneously retreated in four directions. The distance between them widened. The original encirclement naturally became much looser. Taking advantage of this moment, Chi's body suddenly disappeared. No, he did not really disappear. It was because he was too fast, as if he had disappeared. In almost an instant, he had already appeared in front of one of the Holy Knights. When the Holy Knight clearly saw Chi's silver eyes, he was immediately shocked. The light sword in his hand danced in front of him, creating a dense layer of light. At the same time, the shadow wings on his back flapped rapidly, trying to escape from Chi's attack range. However, would Chi give him a chance? Of course not. Chi's left hand, which was covered in black scales, was forcefully inserted into the light screen formed by the light sword. A dense and crisp sound of impact was instantly heard. In Chi's left hand, a shield had appeared out of nowhere. It was a silver-black shield, and in the center of the shield was a huge image of Kirin's head. It was surrounded by patterns of purple, blue, red, and green colors. The Holy Knight's light sword collided with the shield and was bounced up high. At this moment, Chi's right hand followed up. The Holy Light's spiritual formation was undoubtedly a very strong defensive ability. When it was cast by the six bishops, its power was even more shocking. However, the Holy Light's spiritual formation's main ability was to defend against all energy attacks. Moreover, it was distributed to dozens of people. When Chi's right hand reached the Holy Knight's chest, the black and silver light flashed on his hand, and he actually directly grabbed the golden energy. Confrontation! With a shout, the golden light on the Holy Knight's body was forcibly torn into pieces by the overbearing power of Kirin's arm by Chi. Immediately after, his palm turned into a fist and directly punched the Holy Knight's chest. At this critical moment, the light sword in the Holy Knight's hand disappeared. He crossed his arms in front of his body, blocking Chi Yu's attack. In a situation where his life was in danger, the Holy Knight's holy power was raised to the limit. The milky white light emitted from his body had already partially turned golden. However, when a Holy Knight faced the attack of Kirin's arm one-on-one, there was no difference between him and a naked woman in front of a hooligan. Chi Yu had once defeated Li Yuan when he was only a 3 clouds, let alone now that he was a 4 clouds. The sound of bones breaking was terrifying, especially when this sound was continuous and concentrated. It added to the strange atmosphere. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the Holy Knight's body was blasted away like a gunny sack. After crashing into a tree that was as thick as a person's arms, he fell to the ground, motionless. Chi Yu did not continue to attack, because the effect of the hurricane slash had already disappeared. The other 3 Holy Knights had already regrouped. Gently blowing on his right fist, Chi Yu said disdainfully, "A Holy Knight is only so. However, his holy power can't be said to be completely useless. After all, it still protected his internal organs in the end. However, out of the hundreds of bones in his body, not a single one is intact. Even if he survives and is treated in time, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight again in the future." Aogera's eyes were filled with anger. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand and enveloped the Holy Knight that Chi Yu had sent flying. "Chi Yu, do you really want to go against the Vatican?" Chi Yu said disdainfully. "Bishop Aogera, it seems that you're the one who's going against me now. You should figure out who's going against whom first. I can tell you that if you insist on stopping me from moving forward, then this Holy Knight is the first, but he definitely won't be the last. Think about whether it's worth it first." Aogera's breathing was extremely unstable. "All right, Mr. Chi, it seems that today's matter will not end peacefully. Originally, I didn't intend to do anything to you. However, now that you've injured a Holy Knight of the Vatican, I will represent the Inquisition to mete out the harshest punishment to you. All members of the Vatican, listen up, dead or alive. Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'll be afraid?" Chi Yu's face revealed a trace of a special aura that only a ruffian would have. His body moved again, stepping on the magical Kirin's swim as he pounced in Aogera's direction. The 3 Holy Knights shouted at the same time. Their companion had been seriously injured, and they were filled with anger. A huge amount of holy power was sent towards Chi Yu at the same time. However, they had underestimated the power of Kirin's swim. Chi Yu's feet slipped slightly, and his body twisted in a strange way. The Kirin mirror in his left hand tapped on the side of the holy power. Not only was he not stopped by his opponent, but he also borrowed the holy power from the 3 Holy Knights to increase his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Aogera. When facing an enemy, one must be as cold as winter. Chi did not care about his opponent's identity. His whole body emitted the unique, domineering aura of Kirin. His fist, which was wrapped in black and silver light, was already in front of Aogera. Aogera's eyes revealed a serious expression. He kept chanting something in a low voice. A halo of light enveloped Chi Yu's body the moment he arrived. Wherever the halo passed, a huge shield appeared between Chi Yu and Aogera. Boom! Countless specks of light scattered in all directions. However, this time, Chi Yu did not succeed. When his right fist collided with a huge shield of light, a powerful rebounding force appeared in an instant. Chi Yu could only feel an irresistible force coming from the front. His body was sent flying backward from the rebound, while the shield in front of Aogera only dimmed slightly. As Chi Yu's body was flying backward in the air, he had already understood the previous situation. He scolded himself. "Chi Yu, you idiot. You were too impulsive. The energy of the 6 bishops combined. How could your Kirin arm break through their attack?" 3 tyrannical energies directly twisted towards Chi Yu's body from below. Without asking, Chi Yu knew that the 3 Holy Knights had launched an attack on him. At this time, He was frantically circulating the thundercloud force in his body to resist the rebounding force. His body was in the air, and there was no place for him to borrow strength. However, this was not a problem for Chiyu. He took a deep breath and forcefully flipped his body 180 degrees in the air. He was originally facing up, but now he was facing down. He watched as the 3 beams of holy light attacked him at the same time. Chiyu's body twisted strangely in the air, and he dodged one of the beams. At the same time, the Kirin mirror slightly tilted, and he blocked the other 2 beams of holy light. The Kirin mirror was indeed one of Kirin's octagon. It was also the treasure with the strongest defense in Kirin's octagon. Chiyu only felt his body tremble slightly. The 2 beams of holy light slid across the smooth surface of the Kirin mirror and were actually shot to the side. The 2 holy knights could not dodge in time, and they were instantly sent flying by the holy light. Chapter 95. Ao Gera's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. Although Chiyu's punch did not hurt him, it did give him a fright. He no longer cared if he would accidentally hurt the sacred source. He gestured to the 5 cardinals who came with him. The golden light gradually became stronger. In the air, halos of about a meter in diameter appeared one after another. The halos emitted from Ao Gera's hands were the only ones that were special. This was because the halos that appeared from his hands were silver. If Yuma was here, she would be surprised to find out that the ability that the Cardinals of the Vatican were using was the most powerful language spell of the Cardinals. The halos kept increasing in number and floated down from the sky. Some of them landed on Chiyu's body, while others landed on the 3 holy knights. What surprised Chiyu even more was that these halos did not seem to be physical attacks, nor were they energy forms. No matter how powerful his Kirin thundercloud force was, he could not stop them from attaching themselves to his body. When the halos landed on Chiyu, he immediately felt that his body had become heavier and slower. Every time he launched an attack or blocked an attack from the 3 holy knights, it became more difficult. As for the 3 holy knights, they were the complete opposite of Chiyu. Under the effect of the halos, their sacred energy turned completely golden. Not only did their attack speed greatly increase, but the sacred energy that erupted from each attack was also several times stronger than before. The 3 of them surrounded Chiyu in a triangular formation, constantly launching wave after wave of attacks. Chiyu knew that if the halos in the sky continued to fall, he would become weaker and weaker, while his opponents would become stronger and stronger. If this went on, he could already predict what would happen to him. However, the 3 strengthened holy knights were too difficult to defend against. He had no time to attack the 6 cardinals. What put Chiyu in danger the most was the silver halo released by Ao Gera. If one of the halos landed on Chiyu, it would be more powerful than the 3 halos released by the archcardinal. Furthermore, it had the effect of restricting Chiyu's ability to absorb energy molecules from the air. This made the situation more and more disadvantageous for Chiyu. After all, even though Chiyu was the king of the Zodiac and had inherited the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kirin, his power was only at 4 clouds, and he was up against almost half of the powerful forces in the Vatican. The difference was just too great. If Master Zagru was here, he might be able to solve the problem of the language spell. However, Chiyu was alone. He could only rely on his own strength to fight. As the halos continued to descend, Chiyu switched from being the main attacker to being half on the offensive and half on the defensive, and then from half on the offensive and half on the defensive to being all on the defensive. Although his gaze was still determined, he had already started to think about things that he did not want to think about. Just as Chiyu was hesitating about whether he should risk getting injured and charge out of the encirclement of the 3 holy knights, an uncoordinated sound suddenly made everyone nervous. The loud and clear bird cry caused the leaves to tremble. A huge golden silhouette rapidly approached from afar. The energy emitted by the silhouette was overwhelming. The huge pressure caused everyone present to pause for a moment. Be it Chiyu or the people from the Vatican, they knew very well what this bird cry and the huge amount of energy represented. Chiyu's heart sank. If the golden rock eagle was here, Then what about the Zodiac guardian warriors that were originally trapping him? The main forces fighting against the Golden Rock Eagle were Ruyue, Ming Ming, and Su Dong. How were the two women that he loved so much now? Based on how much they cared for him, they would definitely try their best to stop the Golden Rock Eagle for his own safety. But now that the Golden Rock Eagle had suddenly appeared, then they would. Qi Yu did not dare to think any further. He did not feel fear, even when he was facing the huge power of the Vatican, but now it appeared in his heart. Qi Yu's heart twitched slightly. He secretly prayed, "My lovers, my companions, please don't die." Qi Yu was shocked. Ao Guerra and the people from the Vatican were also extremely shocked. They had all witnessed the strength of the Golden Ping Eagle. Even after gathering so many Zodiac guardian gods, they were still unable to stop it. In that case, if they had to deal with Qi Yu and face the Golden Ping Eagle's attacks, would they be able to withstand it? Ao Guerra was a little hesitant. One of the holy knights that came with him was already seriously injured. After all, the Vatican was not like the Covenant of Darkness, who did not care about any consequences. Even the death of Knight of Light would be a big blow to Ao Guerra. After intercepting Qi Yu, a sliver of hesitation rose in his heart for the first time. Ao Guerra was hesitating, but the golden-winged rock eagle would not. It soared up to 90,000 miles. This short distance only took an instant for it to cover. The first thing the giant golden figure brought with it was a gust of wind. The giant golden wings, which had a wingspan of 10 meters, only needed a gentle flap to create an energy storm on the ground. Qi Yu and the three paladins continued to fight, while all the Radiant Knights gathered together under Ao Guerra's command. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. Against such a powerful enemy, not a single one of these knights who had been nurtured by the Vatican retreated. At the same time, they gathered their saint energy and faced off against the golden-winged eagle in the sky. The Golden Rock Eagle did not care about the Vatican. It only had eyes for Qi Yu. To be more precise, its only target was the aura of Wenting on Qi Yu's body. It had waited for so many years to get the almighty beast Sarira. It just so happened that its biggest competitor, Tao Wu, was being held up by the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. To it, this was the best opportunity. How could it let it go? The huge wings retracted slightly, and two huge golden claws stretched forward. The claws were 0.5 meter in diameter. In an instant, two golden claws of energy grabbed towards Qi Yu. Qi Yu had been paying attention to the Golden Rock Eagle's movements. His arrival had caused the 6 bishops to stop talking. The huge golden claws attacked, and the strong energy immediately made Qi Yu and the 3 holy knights feel suffocated. "Bastard, what did you do to Ruyue and the rest?" Qi Yu roared, and the thundercloud force in his body completely exploded. He flung his body, and the 3 holy knights who were suppressed by the Golden Rock Eagle's aura were thrown to the side. His right fist carried the surging Kirin energy and directly attacked the claws of the Golden Rock Eagle. The black and silver light reached its peak at this moment. In terms of size, Qi was much smaller than the great golden-winged eagle, but in terms of aura, he wasn't the least bit weaker than his opponent. With a loud bang, the 2 claws completely disappeared, and Qi Yu's body was already waist deep into the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. It was not because of the injuries he had suffered, but because he was worried for his lover and companions. Surprisingly, the Golden Rock Eagle did not continue to attack. It flapped its huge wings, and the huge energy forced the 3 holy knights, who had already lost the ability to talk, to retreat. A pair of golden eyes stared firmly at Qi Yu. Kirin's pure blood aura. "You are Kirin?" A low voice rang out, and the gaze he gave Qi Yu was now more guarded. Qi Yu said proudly, "That's right. I am Kirin's successor. Kirin's noble blood flows in my body." The Golden Rock Eagle let out a strange laugh. "So what if you're Kirin? Didn't you ask me what happened to your companions? I've torn those who dared to stop the Rock Wisdom King's descendants into pieces. If you're willing to give me the almighty beast relic now, I can consider letting you live." Qi Yu's pupils contracted. "What did you say?" His voice was as cold as hell. At this moment, the people from the Vatican were completely shocked by the golden rock eagle. Although Aogera was also very powerful, people from the West like them could not imagine that a giant bird could actually talk. The golden rock eagle chuckled and said, I've already killed your companions. If you want to live, hand over the almighty beast relic now. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it had intelligence comparable to humans. When it discovered that Chi-Yu had Kirin's bloodline, it could not help but feel a little afraid. After all, there was no beast that was not afraid of Kirin's ultimate Kirin's arm. The terrifying power of self-sacrifice was too powerful. Therefore, it started to use words to provoke Chi-Yu. As a 10,000-year-old beast, the golden rock eagle was extremely powerful. In its opinion, as long as it was provoked, Chi-Yu's defense would definitely be weakened. That would be the best time for it to attack. As long as it did not give Chi-Yu the chance to condense the ultimate Kirin's arm. How could this human, who obviously did not have the true power of Kirin, be a match for it? However, this was what the golden rock eagle thought. Chi-Yu's situation was completely different from what it had imagined. Hearing the news of the deaths of his companions, Chi-Yu suddenly laughed. Dead. They're all dead, right? The golden rock eagle was stunned when it saw Chi-Yu smile. Why? Aren't you with them? You're really a strange human. You can still laugh after hearing that your companions are dead. Chi-Yu said plainly, Why can't I laugh? At most, I'll just accompany them in the underworld. We'll be together eventually. What's there to be sad about? Bishop Aogera. Mr. Chi, what are you trying to say? Aogera had only just recovered from the shock brought on by the golden rock eagle. At this moment, Chi-Yu's gaze was very steady, and so was his aura. He said calmly, As a bishop, I think you know very well that there are no eternal enemies in this world. And isn't the main purpose of the Vatican coming to Yin Huang this time for the sacred source? This big bird in front of us is the golden rock eagle of the East. His purpose is the same as yours. Therefore, if you want to obtain the sacred source, you have to defeat him. If you agree, why don't we join forces and destroy him first? Then we can discuss who the sacred source belongs to. How about that? Aogera's eyes flashed, and he said, Mr. Chi, can I understand that you want to make use of me now? Chi-Yu smiled indifferently. You can interpret it however you want. However, I can tell you that the great golden-winged eagle in front of you has already lived for tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid that the entire history of the church isn't as old as it is. As the Eastern protector, I possess the bloodline of a Qilin. Only I have a way to kill it. Due to the many years of cultivation, a Niden will form in the body of an Eastern ferocious beast. The energy contained within the Niden will not be any less than that of a saint's source. At the very least, I can promise you that as long as you kill it, the Niden will belong to the church. Aogera was tempted. When he saw Tao Wu previously, he had already thought of the NEI pill. Even without Chi-Yu saying it, he also knew what effect the NEI pill would have. A ferocious beast that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. In that case, how much energy would his NEI pill contain? At the same time, what Chi said was right. If they did not get rid of this golden rock eagle in front of them, the Vatican would not be able to obtain the sacred source. These Eastern creatures were simply too foreign to the church. Although he still did not completely believe Chi-Yu's words, he knew that it would not end well for them to fight against the golden-winged great rock with just them. More importantly, Chi-Yu's previous performance had already gained Aogera's faint recognition. Even though Aogera was a cardinal bishop, he could not help but admire Chi-Yu's ability to kill one person despite facing so many experts of the church without falling into a disadvantageous position. All right, if that's the case, then let's destroy this ferocious beast first. Mr. Chi, you must remember what you said. Kirin, you're much calmer than I thought. I can tell that you don't have a good relationship with these foreign humans. How about this? Give me the giant beast relic, and I can help you destroy them all. I can even teach you some of the special abilities of the great Rock King lineage, and help you become the most powerful Kirin. The Rock King's eyes were cold as he stared at the insignificant humans in front of him and snorted disdainfully. Kirin, you're much calmer than I thought. Chi-Yu smiled. Golden Rock Eagle, Your offer is very attractive, and I believe that you have the ability to do so. However, do you think I will choose to cooperate with you? If you want to do it, then do it before it's too late." Among everyone present, only the golden rock eagle could see the hidden coldness behind Chiyu's smile. Although the human in front of him was not angry, the hidden coldness was the scariest, and it made him feel a little uneasy. However, the golden rock eagle could not give up on the almighty beast's relic. He had already cultivated for 10,000 years. As long as he could absorb the energy of the almighty beast's relic, his abilities would reach the same level as his ancestor, the Rock King. That was what he had always been pursuing. At this moment, although he was facing Kirin, he did not want to retreat. After all, the energy aura of this Kirin was far inferior to that of the real Kirin. Even if he used the ultimate Kirin arm, he would only be able to injure himself. While the golden rock eagle was still thinking, the people from the Vatican had already made their move. Aogera was not as young as he looked. No matter how talented he was, no matter how loyal he was to the Vatican, it was impossible to become a cardinal bishop without 50 to 60 years of hard work. As a veteran, he naturally understood the subtlety of the situation in front of him. He could also see that the golden rock eagle seemed to be a little afraid of Chiyu, which made him believe what Chiyu had said earlier. After all, he had heard from the golden rock eagle that the Zodiac guardian god warriors had been killed and that Chiyu only wanted to use the Vatican's power for revenge. Helping him take revenge was beneficial to the Vatican. Perhaps in the end, they could not only obtain the sacred origin, but also the giant bird's NEI pill. The sacred origin belonged to the Vatican, or rather, to the Pope. As a cardinal bishop of the Vatican, the giant bird's NEI pill should belong to him without a doubt. Under the influence of the balance of benefits and the trace of greed in his heart, Lin Fan's expression changed. While the golden rock eagle was still conversing with Chiyu, Aogera had already made a hand gesture to his subordinates. Golden light shone almost instantaneously. 6 halos of the prophecy spell landed on the golden rock eagle's body. This time, the Holy Knights did not participate in the battle. Instead, they led the 20 Knights of Light and formed a human wall in front of the 6 cardinals. The holy power condensed, and together with the prophecy spell, it increased the aura of the holy power. Compared to when he was dealing with Chiyu, the prophecy spell now was clearly much more condensed. After all, Aogera's emotions had calmed down. In the Vatican's training, anger was one of the original sins. In a state of anger, as the leader of the prophecy spell, under Aogera's leadership, the power of the prophecy spell was naturally greatly reduced. At this moment, his emotions had calmed down. At the same time, he no longer needed to use the prophecy spell on the Holy Knights, so he immediately unleashed the full power of the prophecy spell. The golden rock eagle was a ferocious beast, and Chiyu had inherited the bloodline of the king of divine beasts. In the face of the prophecy spell, he would not be restrained by the other party's energy. However, Aogera was different. As a member of the evil alignment, when faced with the restrictions of the Buddhist energy, his power would be reduced. No matter how one looked at it, the holy power of the Vatican was mainly based on the energy of light. Even if the effect was not as good as the Buddhist energy of Zagru and Master Chongsheng, it still had a strong restraining effect. Moreover, although Zagru and Master Chongsheng had profound Buddhist energy, they could not compare to the combined energy of the 6 cardinals in front of them. In a moment of carelessness, the golden rock eagle was immediately enveloped by the 6 halos. He felt his body tremble, and the energy in his body was greatly reduced. One must know that the golden rock eagle had already suffered quite a bit under the attack of Zagru's living Saraira, and its cultivation had been reduced. At this moment, faced with the provocation of the prophecy spell, it was instantly enraged. The few invasions by the humans had completely triggered the ferocity in the heart of this 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. It no longer had any scruples and directly attacked the people of the Vatican. Its giant golden wings spread open, and a strong wind blew. The golden energy covered the sky and the earth as it attacked the people of the Vatican below. As the golden rock eagle attacked the people of the Vatican, Chiyu quietly retreated behind the powerhouses of the Vatican. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to think about something. However, at this moment his mind had clearly gone blank. Ryu's aggressiveness in the past, her gentleness later on, as well as that adorable Ming Ming and his promise to General Ji, all of these flashed past his mind. At this moment, Chiyu's heart was somewhat at a loss. His mind was obviously no longer clear, and there was only a strong hatred burning in his heart. He raised his right hand and stared at the black and silver lines, then at the powerhouses of the Vatican and the golden rock eagle that was shining with golden light. Chiyu's heart calmed down. At this moment, there was only one plan in his heart, and that was to take revenge. Yes, to take revenge for his beloved and his companions. As long as he destroyed all these detestable people in front of him, Wenting would also be safe. Tears flowed down Chiyu's face. Ryue, Ming Ming, I've let you down. Master, brothers, is this all destined? If this is really the case, then let me end it all. Chiyu, have you really made up your mind? The voice of Xieji sounded faintly in the depths of Chiyu's heart. Chiyu said indifferently, Brother Xieji, do you think I have any other choice at this time? Fortunately, I am Ink Kirin, and I will not die. I want to see all these bastards die in front of me. For my lover and friends, and for Kirin's dignity, at this time, there is no other choice. Don't persuade me, okay? After a moment of silence, Xieji said, Since you have decided, then do it. Kirin's dignity cannot be violated. Last time, it stopped Chiyu because it was not a real crisis at that time. But this time was different. Facing so many people from the Vatican and a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast, Chiyu was alone. Although the Vatican and the golden-winged eagle were confronting each other, as long as the situation changed, Chiyu would immediately become the target of public criticism. As Chiyu said, he had no other choice now. Chiyu, don't. You can't do this. It's all because of me. It's all because of me. Chiyu. Wenting's crying voice was transmitted from the Kirin Pearl to Chiyu's mind. Chiyu did not answer, because at this time, he did not know how to answer Wenting's words. His mind power directly blocked the Kirin Pearl. At this time, there was no longer anything that could shake his determination. A faint divine light shone from his silver pupils. Under the control of his mind power, all 4 types of thundercloud force were concentrated on his right arm. The massive thundercloud force was born naturally. Kirin's red appeared on its own due to the excessive concentration of energy. The fiery red light made Chiyu's body even more eye-catching. However, even the light on Kirin's red could not cover the black and silver airflow on the right side of Chiyu's body. The black and silver lines kept flowing toward his right arm like flowing water. A terrifying aura spread from his body. The massive aura not only shocked the golden-winged eagle, but also shocked the masters of the Vatican. After a short moment of surprise, Ao Guerra did not stop Chiyu. This was because, as far as he knew, Chiyu was accumulating energy to deal with the ferocious beast in front of them. After truly facing the golden-winged eagle, the Cardinal Bishop finally felt the power of the ancient beasts of the East. Although the effect of the prophecy technique was very obvious, the golden-winged rock's knowledge attack had already sent 7 Knights of Light to meet their maker. If not for him and the 5 red-robed archbishops activating their holy power to defend themselves, they would have died. The golden-winged Great Pung Eagle would probably be even more dangerous. Now, he could only hope that the effects of the prophecy spell on the rock eagle would continue to stack up. He hoped that he could destroy this ferocious beast, and Chiyu's help would naturally be indispensable. The great golden-winged eagle and Ao Guerra naturally felt the complete opposite of each other. After suddenly discovering the most terrifying power in his memory, he had already made up his mind to destroy all the enemies in front of him. However, he still couldn't help but feel a little afraid. His attacks slowed down for a moment, and he used this time to cast a few more prophecy halos on his body. After a brief moment of fear, it was followed by a torrential downpour. The golden-winged rock eagle also knew that the ultimate Qilin arm needed a certain amount of time to accumulate energy. Although this time was very short, If it could attack that human during this time, then the power of the ultimate Kirin arm would naturally be reduced to a certain extent. With his defensive abilities, it would be much easier to deal with it. Hence, after realizing that Chi Yu was about to launch the attack that he least wanted to see, the golden-winged eagle's eyes shone brightly. Its body twisted violently, and its huge wings flapped forcefully. At the same time, it spat out an oval-shaped golden ball of light from its mouth. As the light expanded, the energy aura of its entire body actually doubled in an instant. In terms of power, the golden-winged eagle was above Tao Wu. Furthermore, it was a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. Its intelligence was also higher than Tao Wu's. After it spat out the NEI pill, it did not directly attack like Tao Wu. Instead, it channeled the energy back into its body, frantically increasing its own power, and released tens of thousands of rays of light towards the powerhouses of the Vatican. As soon as he sensed the golden-winged eagle's attack, Ao Guerra knew that something was wrong. He shouted, "Full defense, and give Mr. Chi a chance to know." The Vatican had been fighting against the Covenant of Darkness for many years, and had long developed a deep understanding of each other. 3 holy knights immediately appeared behind Ao Guerra. Lu Yuan placed both of his palms on Ao Guerra's back, while the other 2 holy knights placed one palm on each of his shoulders. The 3 holy knights channeled energy into Ao Guerra's body at the same time, increasing his power. The silver light that Ao Guerra emitted became almost tangible, and the Bible floated up. "Almighty Lord, bestow upon your most loyal servant the greatest power." The 5 red-robed bishops simultaneously raised their holy power to the limit. Their red robes swelled up due to the excessive energy. 5 rays of pure golden light were simultaneously channeled into the Bible in the air as they chanted loudly. Suddenly, the Bible released a strong silver light, condensing into a layer of light 10 meters tall in front of them. It actually blocked the golden-winged eagle's attack head-on. Chi Yu looked at everything in front of him, his expression calm like an ancient well. He had already slowly raised his right arm. In just a short moment of consolidation, his right arm had already expanded to twice its original size. Rays of black and silver electricity flowed continuously on it. At this moment, the light of the 4 auspicious clouds on his body had already disappeared, leaving only the surging black and silver energy. Chi Yu suddenly remembered the hint that Zagru and Master Chong Sheng had given him. Back then, they had said that if necessary, he would rather give up the behemoth relic to protect himself. But could he really give up now? He was a hooligan, a ruffian. If the behemoth relic was someone he did not know, perhaps he would consider it. But that was Wen-Ting, not to mention the fact that he had a blood feud with Ruyue, Ming Ming, and a group of Zodiac guardian god warriors. Even if he did not, he could not give up on Wen-Ting. He did not know if the golden-winged eagle was too unlucky. If it had come a little later, he might have already used it on the experts of the Vatican. In the face of an enemy who was far more powerful than him, did he have any other choice? Chongming Temple. In the air, 2 light balls, one gold and one pink, were constantly colliding with each other. Zagru did not know how many times he had spat out blood. The light of the behemoth relic was obviously several times dimmer than before, but he had also achieved great results. Tao Wu's NEI pill was completely entangled by the powerful suction force produced by the behemoth relic. Although the true fire of 9 adoration was overbearing, it had no effect on the pure Buddhist aura in the behemoth relic. If it was a direct collision between the behemoth relic and the NEI pill, Tao Wu would definitely be able to completely crush Zagru's behemoth relic with his more than 6,000 years of cultivation. Unfortunately, his NEI pill's energy aura had been greatly weakened after colliding with Yumu's all-out attack. Coupled with the siege of 3 Constellation Guardians and 6 Zodiac Guardian Gods, it simply could not spare any more energy to fight against Zagru. Angry roars kept ringing out, but Tao Wu's aura was still getting weaker and weaker. The true fire of 9 adoration on its body was obviously not as strong as before. Every time Yamu pointed her long scepter at it, the true fire of 9 adoration on its body would weaken a little. Tao Wu's originally strong defense had weakened a lot at this time, and deep wounds were gradually left on its body. The most ferocious attack belonged to Ryue. Even the 3 constellation guardians, whose strength was not inferior to Ryue, could not help but be shocked. Although Ryue had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with the golden-winged eagle, her crazy close combat attacks were constantly leaving deep wounds on Tao Wu. Even though her dragon claws had become charred black, she did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Chapter 96. Demonic White Tiger Palm Destruction. Su Dong did not show any signs of weakness as he attacked at the same time as Ilias. His huge white palm shone with a bright luster. The black and white patterns on his mutated body were covered in sweat. The thundercloud force in his body was greatly depleted, causing his originally bright tiger eyes to become much dimmer. Although they were fighting for the same goal, Su Dong was clear that he was representing the Zodiac Guardian God warriors. Hence, when he attacked Tao Wu, he did not hold back at all. The gold and white rays of light broke through Tao Wu's defense for the first time. Following an unwilling roar, Tao Wu's body finally collapsed. It rolled on the ground before it managed to stand up. However, the true fire of 9 amidst its body instantly weakened, and its aura weakened significantly. Cancer Cece, Pisces Garcia, as well as Ryue, Ming Ming, and Ian took this opportunity to attack Tao Wu. As they attacked, Yamu raised her long scepter, and the goddess's forgiveness descended upon the world once again. However, this time, Tao Wu did not have the NEI pill to defend against it. Countless explosions rang out. Tao Wu's body was covered in blood. Its fierce eyes had already lost their luster. It struggled to charge out of the encirclement, but it was already too late. Especially Yamu's goddess's forgiveness. Although it did not cause much damage to its body, it penetrated into its huge body. All the wounds that appeared previously started to bleed. Tao Wu finally let out an unwilling roar. The cries of a baby sounded extremely mournful in the dark night. When Tao Wu's huge body fell to the ground like a mountain of gold or jade, the 3 constellation guardians could not help but cheer. At this time, Hu Guang finally found an opportunity. He was afraid that this huge, ferocious beast would not stop even after its death. He released all the poison in his body and directly injected it into Tao Wu's huge body. Tao Wu's NEI pill in the air had already stopped struggling. It was absorbed by Zagru's relic. Zagru spat out another mouthful of blood. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed into Yin Xiaoyi's arms. Yamu heaved a sigh of relief and sighed. Such a powerful, magical beast. Sure enough, the spiritual energy of the East gave birth to different species. It took so many of us to destroy it. Ryue was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Her dragon claws were trembling nonstop, and her body had already been attacked by the fire poison. However, her eyes did not look at the dead Tao Wu. Instead, she looked in the direction that Qiyu had left in. Ming Ming was almost the same as Ryue. The rainbow-colored feathers on her body had become damaged, and some of them had even been burnt by the true fire of 9 adoration. But she was not excited about the death of the Swanee. She looked anxiously in the same direction as Ryue. Su Dong's expression suddenly changed. He saw a silver light rising from the north. At this time, the northern sky was constantly lit up with golden light. The silver light was so obvious that even in the dark of the night, he could faintly see that there was a black airflow around the silver light. Su Dong felt it, and so did Zagru. As a Sky-Een, his aura was originally connected to Kirin. His expression changed. Not good. Qiyu must have encountered the golden-winged eagle. What ability is he going to use? How can the energy be so strong? Qiyu had never told the other Zodiac Guardian warriors that he could use the ultimate Kirin's arm. Not even Ryue and Ming Ming, who were closest to him. It was not that he wanted to keep it a secret, but after becoming a Zodiac Guardian warrior, he had already come to a realization. One day, when his lover and friends were in real danger, he did not want anyone to stop him from using the strongest ability of Kirin. However, although Zagru and the others did not know what ability Chiyu was going to use, when the terrifying aura of the ultimate Kirin's arm rose, Zagru could clearly feel the change in Chiyu's aura. Ryue struggled to stand up from the ground. She gritted her teeth and endured the strong discomfort in her body. She opened the wings on her back. Chiyu's aura had already appeared. She naturally wanted to help the man in her heart who had already become her husband. Ryue, you need a rest now. Let me go. Su Dong supported Ryue, who almost fell. No, I must go. Chiyu is in danger now. Didn't you see the strength of the golden-winged eagle? How can he resist it alone? Ryue anxiously wanted to break free from Su Dong's hand, but she had obviously consumed more energy than Su Dong. She had already overdrawn her physical strength and suffered serious injuries. How could she break free now? Yamu stepped forward and said, I'm afraid that what Chiyu encountered was not as simple as the golden-winged eagle. When we participated in the battle, the people from the Vatican had already left. Although I don't know what power they used, I can feel that A.O. Guerra and his subordinates must have a way to catch up to Chiyu. As soon as she said this, the expressions of all the Zodiac Guardian warriors changed. Vol almost did not hesitate to run towards the north. Yama said, Wait a minute. Don't rush. With your current state, it will be too late by the time you get there. After all, the energy fluctuations are more than 10 kilometers away. Zagru took a deep breath, and with Yin Xiaoi's help, he forced himself to stand up straight. Miss Yamo, do you have any ideas now? If you can help us save Chiyu, the Zodiac Guardian warriors will owe you a big favor in the future. Yama shook her head and said, That's not important. Let's get there first. Jesse, stay here and take care of the injured. Cece, you and Ilias come with us. As she said this, Yamu slowly raised the scepter in her hand. At this moment, her body was completely covered in holy white light. A layer of golden mist floated outside the white light. A low chanting voice sounded. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, I, as your spokesperson in the human world, please bestow the divine power of flight upon me. Send me and my companions to the other shore. The golden haze slowly dispersed into the surroundings. Under the signal of Ilya and Cece, all the other Zodiac Guardian God warriors, including Master Zaglu, except for Guan Ping who had already fainted, gathered in the golden haze. Zagru seemed to have understood what Yamu wanted to do. A trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He said to Yin Xiaoi beside him, Little E, you stay here. Go take a look at Master Chongsheng. After that, help Guan Ping carefully treat his injuries. Your newly awakened healing ability should come in handy. At this time, Little E, who usually liked to joke around, also became serious. He agreed and ran towards Guan Ping. The golden mist became stronger and stronger. The Zodiac Guardian warriors, who had consumed a large amount of thundercloud force, felt much more comfortable in the golden mist. Sweat flowed down Yamu's beautiful face. However, her body was still as firm as before. As the light flickered, the golden mist formed a huge halo. Everyone felt their bodies tighten, and they actually broke free from gravity and floated up. Although she was worried about Chiyu's safety, Ryue couldn't help but be surprised by Yamu's strength. In the previous battle with Chino, although both sides had exerted similar strength, it was Yamu's 2 full-powered attacks that caused real damage to Chino. After an intense battle, this peerless beauty who had inherited the body of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, actually carried 10 people and flew. Ryue knew that she didn't have such strength. Even if she and Chi-Yu joined forces, they might not be able to compare to this Greek beauty who was slightly younger than her. Everyone's eyes were focused on the other side. Their hearts were filled with anxiety and anxiety. Ugh! Cardinal Ajra spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. The 3 holy knights behind him had already fallen to the ground, no longer emitting a trace of holy power. Although the remaining Knights of Light had gathered behind the 6 cardinals, their holy power had also been injected into the 5 cardinals, and they had lost the ability to fight. Audra's special Bible had turned into dust in the air, leaving not even a trace behind. The situation of the 5 cardinals was not much better than Audra's. The continuous use of the verbal spell and the super defensive spell, which required a large amount of holy power, had placed a huge burden on their bodies. At this time, the silver light screen in front of them had become dimmer and dimmer. One could even clearly feel cracks appearing on the energy surface. The golden-winged eagle was also filled with anger. The number of prophetic halos on his body had reached more than 100, and his strength had been reduced by at least half. Even the NEI pill that he had spat out was affected by the prophetic spell, and its energy was completely compressed within it, unable to be used. In terms of energy intensity, even if everyone present combined their strength, they would still be a far cry from him. However, the church's prophetic spell was indeed amazing, and it had actually greatly weakened his strength under such circumstances. In addition, after the battle at Chongqing Temple, the golden-winged eagle's overall strength was only about a third of its peak state. However, at this time, the golden-winged eagle had almost dissolved all of the church's resistance. Although the prophetic spell was powerful, once the caster was killed, all the effects would immediately disappear. The golden-winged eagle was very smart, and he clearly understood this principle. Therefore, even until now, he did not have the slightest intention of relaxing his attacks. Unfortunately, Chiyu would no longer give him a chance to continue attacking. At this time, Chiyu's body had been completely enveloped by the black and silver light, and he had lost his original appearance. Just as the golden-winged eagle was about to concentrate all his strength on destroying the people of the church, Chiyu's aura suddenly changed. All the black and silver energy actually condensed in an instant, and a huge, solid Kirin appeared out of thin air. Silver fur, black scales, a horn entwined with black and silver, and a 4-colored light pearl on his chest, all of which exuded the aura of a king from Kirin. At this moment, Chiyu actually used the mutation of his energy to completely transform into Kirin's original form. Kirin's eyes were neither black nor silver. At this moment, his eyes were completely blood red. The golden-winged eagle stopped attacking the experts of the church. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, he felt intense fear for the first time. It was a fear that could threaten his life. He had not seen the Kirin in front of him for thousands of years, but when he saw him again, he could not help but be shocked by the aura of a king from Kirin. Ink Kirin, you are actually the king of Kirin, Ink Kirin. The golden-winged eagle's voice was filled with surprise. It was no longer as low as before, but had become a little sharp. That's right, I have inherited the bloodline of Ink Kirin. Golden-winged eagle, today will be the day you die. There was no emotion in Chiyu's voice. At the same time, his voice had also changed. If Ryua was present, she would definitely be able to hear that Chiyu's voice was very similar to the voice of the shadow of Kirin that appeared when he first saw Xieji. Kirin, do you think it's worth it? How about this? I don't want the almighty beast Sarira anymore, and I will leave immediately. What do you think? As the golden-winged eagle spoke, he spread his wings and slowly retreated. Do you mean that you want me to let you go? Unfortunately, it's too late. It's too late for you to regret. Moreover, I don't have the slightest chance to regret. At this moment, even I can't stop the flow of energy. Go die with my companions. No, I didn't kill your companions. They're still alive. The fear in the golden-winged eagle's heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he finally understood why the experience passed down by his ancestors had once told him to never confront Kirin, who was already prepared to die. Although the aura of the ultimate Kirin arm was not as strong at this moment as it was at the beginning, the seemingly substantial energy had completely locked onto his body. At the same time, it had also covered all the masters of the Vatican below. Ao Gira already felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chi, what are you doing? Your energy seems to have locked onto us as well. The huge Ink Kirin looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful howl. Ao Gira, do you think I will still let you go at this time? The golden-winged eagle is going to die, and all of you will die too. "You selfish, despicable guys. Do you think I will let you go to harm my Ting Ting? All of you must die, all of you must die. Golden-winged eagle, it's too late for you to say anything now. Do you think I will believe you? It turns out that a 10,000-year-old beast can also be afraid. How interesting. However, all of you must die now." Amidst the frenzied howl, Ink Kirin lowered his head. The golden-winged eagle screamed in shock and anger, and all the energy in his body swelled up without reservation. Even the energy in the NEI pill was not left behind. He was quite lucky, as he did not continue to cast the prophecy spell. Due to the time difference, some of the prophecy spell that he had been affected by earlier had already been dispelled. At this moment, his strength had recovered a lot. A huge golden light blocked in front of him, but he had no intention of attacking Chiyu. Instead, he used all his strength to set up a layer of golden light curtain, and his huge body hurriedly fled into the sky. Once again, he displayed the ability to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. However, could he escape from the ultimate Kirin arm's lock-on with speed alone? The answer was no. Time and space suddenly came to a standstill at this moment. Everything around him, even the drifting of a single energy molecule, came to a complete standstill. Ink Kirin's blood-red eyes were filled with endless sorrow, and the black and silver Kirin's horn erupted in an instant. At the moment when time and space came to a standstill, a large cloud of golden light appeared 100 meters behind Chiyu. Yamu and her constellation guardian, as well as Master Zagru, Ryua, Ming Ming, and the other Zodiac Guardian warriors all saw this scene clearly, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Even though Yamu had inherited the immense divine power of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, her eyes were still filled with astonishment. Just as Chiyu had said, when the ultimate Kirin arm was activated, no one could stop it, and no power could stop it. Everyone watched as Ink Kirin, who was more than 6 meters long and was standing on a 4-colored cloud, raised his proud head high. The black and silver horn erupted, and a ball of black and silver light exploded in an instant. Black surrounded the silver, and the silver surrounded the black. It was like a whirlwind or a huge vortex. Because the energy was so immense, no one could really feel its fluctuations at this time. When the energy of the horn erupted, its diameter seemed to be less than 1 meter. However, when the attack of the ultimate Kirin arm really arrived, the golden-winged eagle's body froze in midair, and it could only wait quietly for the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm to cover it. Yes, cover it. There was only one result of covering it, and that was to delete it completely from this world. On the ground, all the plants in the direction of the ultimate Kirin arm were turned into flying ashes. This continued for thousands of meters, and it spread in the shape of a huge fan. The gully on the ground was as deep as 10 meters, and it looked like a man-made river. In a sense, A.O. Guerra and the experts of the Vatican were lucky. When Chiyu's ultimate Kirin arm erupted, the golden-winged eagle was running in the opposite direction of where they were. Therefore, they only suffered a little bit of the aftershock of the ultimate Kirin arm. However, this little bit of aftershock was enough to take away the lives of the remaining Knights of Light. At the same time, 3 of the 5 cardinals died from vomiting blood. The 3 holy knights were very lucky. They were behind A.O. Guerra, so they were not affected. At this moment, Cardinal A.O. Guerra finally showed his full strength. When a little bit of aftershock hit his body, a cross-shaped silver light lit up in front of his chest, barely protecting his body and the 3 holy knights behind him. However, when the aftershock passed, there was a clear shattering sound in front of A.O. Guerra's chest. Silver powder sprayed out from his clothes. It's over. Everything is over. Even the aftershock was enough to destroy almost all the experts of the Vatican. The golden-winged eagle, who had taken the brunt of the attack, had completely disappeared in the black and silver vortex. Not even a trace was left. The black and silver light was completely released. The huge Kirin's body also fell from the sky at this moment. Time and space were still. Everyone who was still alive could clearly see that the horn on Ink Kirin's head had disappeared. The 4-colored magic cloud under his feet had also disappeared. Well, he landed heavily on the ground. Kieran's body kept shrinking. Chiyu appeared. His high-spirited body looked extremely weak at this moment. What was shocking was that his strongest right arm had disappeared. Fresh blood sprayed out, leaving a ghastly mark on the ground. Time started to move again, and space returned to normal. However, everyone was stunned by what had just happened. They were stunned for at least half a second. The first two to react were Ruyue and Ming Ming. Although they were also shocked by what had just happened, they were still more concerned about Chiyu. Without any hesitation, the two of them pounced on Chiyu at the same time. Chiyu fell weakly to the ground. His usually tough body no longer had any energy fluctuations at this moment. The wound on his right arm was healing quickly. Fresh blood only spurted out for a moment before it was forcefully stopped by his Kieran's blood. Chiyu! The two girls cried out in grief at the same time and fell in front of Chiyu. Ruyue quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on Chiyu's shoulder to help him stop the bleeding. On the other hand, Ming Ming quickly injected what little thundercloud force she had into Chiyu's body. However, she was horrified to find that Chiyu's body was like a black hole. No matter how much thundercloud force she injected, there was no effect. Chiyu's face was very pale. He looked at Ming Ming and Ruyue. He smiled weakly and said, "So, golden-winged eagle really lied to me. You're still alive. This is really great," Ruyue said anxiously. "Don't talk first. How do you feel now? Did you overdraft your potential? Only you know Kieran's condition at best. How do we help you now?" Chiyu gently shook his head. "No, there's no need. Don't worry. I won't die. Do you know? Although I've lost my right arm, I've never been happier than now in my life because you're all alive. Is everyone okay? Are you still alive?" Ming Ming said with tears streaming down her face. "Yes, we're all alive. Except for Brother Guanming, who's seriously injured. We're all fine." Chiyu, you must be okay." Chiyu smiled and said, "Silly girl, I'm fine, but I'm afraid I can't protect you for a period of time. Golden-winged eagle, that bastard lied to me, say you're all dead. Do you know? At that time, I didn't tell you about it. Ruyue. Actually, I also like Ruyue. Please don't blame her if you want to blame me. I really can't control my inner feelings." Ruyue sobbed and said, "Why are you still saying this at this time? Stop talking." At this time, the others had come to Chiyu's side. Chiyu looked at Zagru, who was also pale, and said with a smile, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I protected the relic of the giant beast. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Please help me protect her. She's a pitiful person. Don't let her suffer any harm, please. Let me have a good sleep. I believe when I wake up, I can go home. I don't have to feel the feeling of being afraid of heights on the plane seems not bad." His voice stopped here. Chiyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His left hand tapped on the Kirin pearl on his chest. He used the energy Ming Ming transferred into his own thundercloud force and released Wen Ting from the Kirin pearl. "Chiyu, you idiot. Why are you so stupid? How can I be worth you destroying your life?" As soon as Wen Ting appeared, she immediately pressed her hand on Chiyu's shoulder. The red energy sealed Chiyu's wound, leaving a thin layer of blood film. Unfortunately, Chiyu was completely unconscious and couldn't hear her voice at all. "What did you say? What do you mean by destroying your life?" Hai Ryu asked anxiously. Wen Ting glanced at her and sobbed. Chiyu used the ultimate Kirin arm just now. If he inherited the bloodline of an ordinary Kirin, he would have been dead by now. Even if he inherited the bloodline of the king of Kirin, Ink Kirin, and won't die, it will still take him 100 years to recover with his own recovery ability. 100 years, a whole 100 years. Silence. Whether it was the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Yamu, the Constellation Guardians, or the experts of the Vatican who survived the disaster, they all fell into complete silence. Chapter 97. Hai Ryuet enunciated each word coldly. From now on, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Vatican are irreconcilable enemies. Get out of Yin Huang immediately. When we meet again in the future, we will be enemies, not friends. Fortunately, Ryu is still somewhat clear-headed at this critical moment. The current state of the Zodiac Guardian God warriors was no longer suitable for fighting. She suppressed the pain and anger in her heart and issued an expulsion order to the people of the Vatican. A.O. Guerra opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He was clear that with the Zodiac Guardian warriors and the Greek guardians around, it was impossible to get the sacred source. The previous battle with the Golden Rock Eagle had already greatly damaged their vitality. With a gentle wave of his hand, those who were still alive carried the corpses and silently left the primeval forest. Seeing the people from the Vatican leave, and then looking at Chi Yu lying in Wenting's arms, Hai Ryue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Fortunately, Ming Ming reacted quickly and caught her in time. I really did not expect things to develop to this stage. There was a trace of sadness in Yama's eyes. She looked deeply at Chi Yu, who only had one arm left, and said to Zagru, "Master, we have to go back too. When Chi Yu wakes up, please tell him that no matter what, I will be waiting for him in Greece. This is my contact number. I hope that during the next holiday, I will receive news of his recovery." Zagru took the card from Yamu, bowed slightly, and said, "Today's matter is all thanks to your help. No matter what, we, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, owe Greece a favor. We will definitely repay you in the future." Yama did not say anything else. She led her Zodiac Guardian back in the direction from which they came. When they were out of the sight of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Leo's Zodiac Guardian Ilias could not help but ask, "Miss, most of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors are already very weak. Isn't our purpose in coming to Yin Huang for the sacred source? The sacred origin is right in front of us. Why would we give up such a good opportunity?" Yamu sighed softly and said, "We still know too little about the mysteries of the East. Although most of the Zodiac Guardian God warriors are seriously injured, our condition is not much better. Moreover, didn't you see how terrifying Chi Yu was when he released his energy? I will never be able to forget that kind of destructive power. Can you guarantee that there isn't anyone else among the remaining Zodiac Guardian God warriors who can unleash that kind of power? There's no need for too many. Just one is enough to destroy us. Besides, the special powers that Master Zagru possesses are extensive and profound. It's not something that we can afford to offend lightly. Rather than risking our lives to snatch something that isn't of much use to us, it's better to leave a good impression. Perhaps it'll be more beneficial to us in the future. After this battle, the growth of the Zodiac Guardian God warriors will probably accelerate. It's time for us to go back. Working hard to improve our strength is a better choice for us." Ilya sighed and said, "In the past, Miss always said how mysterious and terrifying the East is. I couldn't fully believe it. But after the battle with the beast today, I finally understood Miss's painstaking efforts. Miss, you're right. Maintaining a friendship with the East should be a good thing for us." Yama smiled and said, "Sometimes, nothing is not a bad thing. Although we made a wasted trip, we actually obtained a lot of useful information. It's a pity that after Chi Yu released that powerful energy, Sai, could it be that in the Yin Huang language, the heavens are jealous of geniuses?" There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He looked back at the direction where the Zodiac Guardian God warriors stayed, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. After Yamu and the others left, all the Zodiac Guardian God warriors gathered around Chi Yu. Zagru did a simple check on Chi Yu's physical condition. Right now, he was probably the only one who could remain calm. "Sudong, Chi Yu's injury is very serious. It's not suitable for him to travel for the time being. Ryue has consumed too much energy and is also injured. How about this? You stay with Ming Ming to take care of them. When Chi Yu's condition stabilizes, you can return to the capital. Take them back to the hotel first. The rest of you, follow me back to Chongqing Temple. I'm afraid that Master Chongsheng. Amitabha, may Buddha bless us." 10 days later, Dragonfield Courtyard in the capital. Chi Yu stretched his body and sat up on the bed. The bright sunlight shone through the window, bringing a strong sense of warmth to the room. The sky outside the window was blue like a gem, which could easily bring a good mood. The ultimate Kirin's arm had almost exhausted every bit of energy and potential in Chi-Yu's body. In the past 2 days, every time he checked his body, he felt empty. Compared to the previous Zodiac King Kirin, who was full of power, he had now returned to being an ordinary person. Or, in other words, he was not even as good as an ordinary person. At least, an ordinary person still had 2 arms. Walking to the window, Chi-Yu blankly stared at the bleak winter scenery of the courtyard outside. His heart was very calm as he raised his left hand to comb through his somewhat messy hair. Is everything over? Maybe, for me, everything is really over. He moved his body simply, and the feeling of soreness came again. It was still so powerless. Ah, why are you up? Quickly go back to the bed and lie down. You need to rest now so that your body can recover faster. There was a cry of surprise. Chi was sad to find that he did not even know how the person came in. After using the ultimate Kirin's arm, not only did the energy in his body disappear, but at the same time, his spiritual power was greatly reduced. When he turned around, he saw Wen-Ting walking in from outside. Today, 10 days later, she had completed the last transformation of the giant beast relic. The energy in her body was completely restrained, and she was not afraid of being coveted by others. Under her own strong request, these days, Wen-Ting had been by Chi-Yu's side, taking care of everything. I don't need to lie down anymore. If I lie down any longer, my body will rust. Chi laughed. Looking at Chi-Yu's pale face, Wen-Ting's heart twitched violently. She quickly walked to Chi-Yu's side, supported his left arm, and returned to the bed, letting him sit down. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have become like this. Wen-Ting's eyes were red. She was already beautiful, and at this moment, she looked even more pitiful. Chi-Yu smiled, held Wen-Ting's hand, and said, "Big sister, please let me go. How many times do you repeat it every day? My ears are about to have blisters. Didn't I tell you? No matter who the giant Bee-Sarira is, I will still do it. This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, it may be a blessing in disguise. Look, although I have lost my previous abilities, I can still fly." As he spoke, a faint golden light condensed behind him. A pair of faint golden energy wings appeared out of thin air behind Chi-Yu. With a gentle flap, his body floated. It turned out that when Chi-Yu used the ultimate Kirin arm that day, he was surprised to discover that Ink Kirin's ultimate Kirin arm had a special characteristic. It was an ability that ordinary Kirin did not have. This ability was called Mind Snatching. The golden winged rock had been destroyed by Chi-Yu's ultimate Kirin arm. However, at the same time as it was destroyed, Chi-Yu's explosive energy had, in a sense, completely devoured the golden winged rock's body. It was not a simple devouring. Everything about the golden winged rock, including the NEI pill, had been devoured into his own body. The golden winged rock was a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. Only the terrifying energy of the ultimate Kirin arm could do all this. After mind snatching, the golden winged rock turned into pure energy and was absorbed into Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's body absorbed some of the golden winged rock's energy to replenish his own body. That was how he managed to maintain his life. Mind snatching was also the most important reason why Ink Kirin was able to survive after using the ultimate Kirin arm. After mind snatching, Ink Kirin would have all the abilities of the person whose mind was snatched. However, this was only in theory. After Chi-Yu used mind snatching on the golden winged rock, other than the energy he absorbed to maintain his own life, the remaining energy of the golden winged rock condensed into a golden elixir with its original NEI pill as the center and sank into Chi-Yu's energy center. At this moment, the remaining 7 blue sea thunder pearls that Chi-Yu had previously absorbed were slowly revolving around Chi-Yu's energy center. These energies were powerful enough, but it did not mean that Chi-Yu could use them. After careful examination of Chi-Yu's body, Zagru once told him that if he wanted to use these energies, Chi-Yu would have to restore his 4-cloud strength to gradually absorb these highly concentrated energies with his own thundercloud force. Otherwise, these energies could only be seen and could not be used. However, after all, Chi-Yu had absorbed a lot of the golden winged rock's energy. After a few days of hard work, Chi discovered that although he had lost all of his thundercloud force, he could barely form a pair of wings similar to the golden-winged rock on his back under the stimulation of his mental strength. Although it could only last for about a minute, he could still fly. Of course, he could not fly more than 5 meters from ground. After all, the energy was too insignificant. Chiyu's body was now like a huge black hole. His cultivation was effective, but the energy molecules absorbed by his cultivation would be completely absorbed by his black hole-like body. Only after 100 years of recovery and replenishing the large amount of energy consumed by the ultimate Kirin's arm could he become Kirin again and become the king of the Zodiac. If it could really wait until then, Chiyu's ability could truly integrate the golden-winged rock's ability, which was equivalent to adding wings to a tiger like Sudong. However, it seemed that all of this was just a fantasy. When Ting sighed faintly, the worry in her eyes could not be concealed. Chiyu, you really don't blame me? Chiyu pulled Wen Ting's hand in front of him and kissed it lightly. He said, why should I blame you? Don't forget that I used to be a ruffian. I have always been a person who is easily satisfied. For me, this is not necessarily a bad thing. In the past year, everything I experienced was like a dream. In the past, I never thought that I would experience so much. First, it was Master Zagru who awakened me. After that, I obtained great power. Everything that I experienced in the short span of a year is more colorful than all of my previous experiences. Now, at most, I'll just be beaten back to my original state. I've lost an arm, but in exchange, I've gained so many friends and 3 lovers. This is really worth it. I'm afraid that anyone would be willing to go through the same experience without any hesitation. Anyway, you guys won't abandon me, and I'm happy to be free. Come, give me a kiss. You're so annoying. You are still so frivolous. With Chi-Yu's open-minded explanation, Wen Ting's mood became a little more relaxed. Looking at the smile on Chi-Yu's face, she said softly, Chi-Yu, actually, there's a way for you to recover immediately. Although Wen Ting said it very softly, Chi-Yu's expression suddenly changed. Don't say it, Ting Ting. If you really do that, I will immediately die in front of you. If I really wanted you to do that, I would not have used the ultimate Kirin arm that day. Compared to the ability I lost, you are 100 times, 1,000 times more important. I am not joking with you. Don't do that. Otherwise, I will really follow you regardless of everything. Of course, he understood what Wen Ting meant. The energy of the Ultralisk relic was so huge that it was definitely comparable to the energy consumed by Chi-Yu when he used the ultimate Kirin arm. However, if that was really the case, Wen Ting would also. Therefore, as soon as Chi-Yu heard what Wen Ting meant, he immediately dispelled this idea from the root. Chi-Yu, Wen Ting wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chi-Yu. All right, let's not talk about this. It's all in the past. Come, let me tell you a joke, okay? Wen Ting was stunned and nodded gently. Chi-Yu showed a smirk at the corner of his mouth and said, one day, a mosquito and a mantis went to peek at a woman bathing. The mosquito was very proud and said, look, 10 years ago I bit her chest twice. Now it's so swollen. The mantis was not convinced and said, what's wrong with that? I slashed between her legs 10 years ago, and it's still bleeding every month. Wen Ting blushed and punched Chi-Yu lightly. You rogue. I've always been a hooligan. You didn't just find out today. This doesn't sound good. Then I'll change to another one. In terms of knowledge, Chi-Yu did not learn much, but he had a stomach full of such dirty jokes. An elephant asked a camel, why is your boobs on your back? The camel said, get away from me. I don't talk to things with boobs on their faces. The snake laughed wildly after listening to the conversation between the elephant and the camel. The elephant turned to the snake and said, what are you laughing at? Your face is on your boobs. You're not qualified. Although Wen Ting's pretty face became redder, she could not help but burst into laughter. The same laughter came from outside the door. Ruyue, Ming Ming, and Master Zagru walked in together. Seeing them, Wen Ting subconsciously withdrew her hand from Chi-Yu's grasp. Chi-Yu smiled and said, you're all here. Zagru nodded gently and walked to Chi-Yu with the 2 women and sat down. Chi-Yu, you still don't forget to be naughty. As soon as we arrived at the door, we heard your dirty jokes. Chi-Yu felt wronged and said, I'm innocent. I'm just making Ting happy. Do you want to continue listening? I have more. Ryue smiled and said, forget it. How can you say anything good? How do you feel? Do you feel better today? Chiyu puffed out his chest and said, I'm very good. I could do anything a man can do now. Oh, by the way, Master, I've always wanted to ask you. Now that I've lost Kieran's energy, do I no longer need four in that aspect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three beauties in the room turned red at the same time. Three beautiful eyes stared at Chiyu fiercely at the same time. Zagru glared at Chiyu angrily and said, it's really hard to change a dead man's nature. Buddha is merciful. How could there be a lewd Kieran like you in this generation? You're dreaming. Although you've lost Kieran's thundercloud force, it doesn't mean that you're not Kieran anymore. In a sense, your Kieran's thundercloud force still exists, but it has become a negative number now. Only when you turn this negative number back into a positive number can you regain your previous ability. However, the thundercloud force has become a negative number, but your bloodline still exists. So, there's no difference in that aspect from before. However, with your current physical condition, I forbid you to do that kind of thing. Ryue, you guys have to look after him. Don't do that, Master. Look at me, I'm very healthy. Chiyu hurriedly looked at Zagru with a flattering look. Zagru said, look at yourself in the mirror. Look at your complexion. You're still fine. You should recuperate first. Sigh, this matter can actually be said to be my mistake. I didn't expect the Golden Rock Eagle and Tao Wu to be so strong. Chiyu hurriedly interrupted Zagru and said, I say, you guys don't have to come in front of me to admit your mistakes one by one. We're all brothers. Isn't saying all this hurting our relationship? If it were you, you would have made the same choice back then. All right, from now on, I don't want to hear any of you saying that it's your fault. Master, instead of saying all this, why don't you tell us what we've gained from this trip to Yunnan? At the very least, I believe that our Zodiac Guardian God warriors didn't embarrass Yanhuang. Zagru nodded and said, under the circumstances of being surrounded by enemies and having two ferocious beasts, it's already the best that we could achieve this. The two ferocious beasts were destroyed, and the people of the Covenant of Darkness were almost completely wiped out. The Vatican had no choice but to leave Yanhuang after losing a lot of manpower. As for the Greek Zodiac Guardians, they didn't gain anything. However, at least on the surface, Yamu, who inherited Goddess Athena's abilities, helped us a lot this time. We owe them a favor. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, speaking of the Covenant of Darkness, how did you deal with Klinsman? And what about Chinger? Zagru said, I released Klinsman. I believe that releasing him is far more beneficial to our future than keeping him in Yanhuang or destroying him. Once he returns, there will definitely be some unrest in the Covenant of Darkness. At the same time, it will bring some trouble to the Vatican. There's another reason why I released him. Consider it a favor. That day, Master Chong Sheng should have died from the energy backlash, but he gave his all to save him. According to Klinsman himself, it was for our trust in him. All in all, although he belongs to the dark side, he is still a true man. As for Miss Su Qing, she originally wanted to come back to help protect you, but seeing so many beauties around you, she decided to leave. After seeking my opinion, she returned to Europe with Klinsman. Chiyu was shocked and said, Qing, or went to the Covenant of Darkness with Klinsman? Master, how could you? You fought Klinsman, so you should know how powerful he is, especially his teleportation. Even you can't do anything to him. He's one of the top experts in the Dark Parliament. After this incident, he will definitely be more careful than before, especially since he still has to protect his beloved Chinger. Therefore, I can let Chinger leave with him without worrying about her safety. Perhaps you don't know, but the Dracula family is not only the oldest and most powerful family among the vampires, but they also play a pivotal role in the Dark Parliament. Zaglu smiled faintly and said, I've thought about it carefully before I agreed. Although Klinsman is an expert in the Dark Parliament, he has a weakness, and that is his dead sister. I can tell that he has already completely treated Chinger as his sister. From this point of view, as long as Klinsman is still alive, Chinger will not be harmed. You've also fought Klinsman, so you should know how powerful he is, especially his teleportation. If it weren't for the danger of life and death, those vampire Grand Dukes would never dare to abandon Klinsmann, who is the head of a prince family. Of course, the more important reason why I agreed to let Su Qing and Klinsmann return to Europe was Su Qing's own will. She hopes to become a powerful mutant, and after absorbing the primordial blood of red gold, only under Klinsmann's guidance can she quickly become powerful. The main reason why Klinsmann ended up as our prisoner this time was because his strength was greatly reduced after releasing the primordial blood of red gold. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to restrain him. After listening to Zagru's explanation, Chiyu nodded lightly and said, Klinsmann really values Qing. Since they have already left, there is no point in me saying anything else. What about the rest? How is Brother Guan Ping's injury? Zagru smiled and said, It can be said that Guan Ping has benefited from his misfortune this time. This time, his injury is extremely serious. At least your life is not in danger, but he has been hovering on the edge of life and death. The firepower of Jamadi Real Fire is so strong that even his lion-mastiff body in the Five Clouds realm could not withstand it. Fortunately, I took away Bian Shi's NEI pill in the end. In order to save his life, I used my Buddhist power to help Guan Ming take Bian Shi's NEI pill. He is still in a deep sleep now. Once he completely absorbs the energy of Bian Shi's NEI pill, not only will the Jamadi Real Fire in his body no longer pose a threat, it will also greatly improve his strength. I think it will at least send him to the Six Clouds realm. At the same time, he will also have a powerful fire ability in the future. The fire ability with the Jamadi Real Fire will be extremely powerful in terms of attack. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, Finally, there is good news. It seems that our trip to Yunnan this time was not in vain. Zagru said, Apart from your current situation, which is an irreversible loss, this trip to Yunnan can be said to be a great benefit for us Zodiac Guardian warriors. First of all, under the circumstances of fighting as a whole, everyone has gained a lot of combat experience. Secondly, in the process of fighting with the strong, everyone's potential has been stimulated, which is very beneficial for their cultivation. However, the most important thing is still not these. Chiyu was a little surprised and said, Then what is it? Did you find a new Zodiac Guardian warrior? Zagru shook his head and said, Not yet. Do you still remember that Swanee? We, the Greek guardian and the successor of goddess Athena, worked together to destroy it. According to my estimation, at that time, Yama must have thought that all of Swanee's essence was concentrated in its NEI pill, and that the NEI pill had already been collected by my living Sarira. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to Swanee's body. In fact, from a practical point of view, Swanee's body is even more useful than its NEI pill. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's interest was immediately aroused. That's right, a 6,000-year-old fierce beast that can contend against a 10,000-year-old golden-winged eagle. This Swanee must have a lot of treasures on its body. Zagru smiled and said, That's right. No matter what kind of fierce beast, the NEI pill is certainly the most important part of their energy, but it is absolutely not the whole. Comparatively speaking, the energy of the NEI pill is generally 30% to 40% of the fierce beast's total energy, while the rest of the energy is hidden inside its body. The energy of the NEI pill can be absorbed and used by us, while the energy of the fierce beast body can only be stimulated and used by the fierce beast itself through the NEI pill. Even so, we can't directly use the energy of Swanee's body, but after thousands of years of imperceptible influence, Swanee itself is a treasure house. Good. Swanee's bones are the best medicinal materials that can resist all kinds of cold toxins and also have the effect of increasing yang energy. As for Swanee's meat, eating it can greatly improve all aspects of human skills. At the same time, Swanee skin is extremely tough and can be made into extremely strong defensive equipment with only a certain amount of processing. At the same time, Swanee's essence is concentrated in its eyes, which have the ability to resist fire. Even in magma, it can protect its owner from being attacked by fire toxins. Chiyu found it funny and said, Master, why do I feel that we are more ferocious than those ferocious beasts? Not only do we kill them, but we also eat their flesh and use their skin. He. Zagru sighed and said, "This can't be helped. Buddha is merciful. Killing a ferocious beast will save thousands of lives." Good, good. Chiyu smiled and said, "Master, you are merciful. Let us do this. My wives, first get some swanee meat for your husband to eat. This kind of wild game is not something that we can usually eat." "Who is your wife?" the three women said in unison. After saying that, they realized the tacit understanding between them. They looked at each other awkwardly, and the three beautiful faces became even redder. Zagru shook his head helplessly and said, "Chiyu, your current physical condition is indeed a little bad. If you want to restore Kirin's arm, it will not be something that can be done overnight. I have discussed it with Ryue and decided to ask a famous doctor to help you reattach your broken arm. What do you think?" Chiyu was stunned and said, "Are you going to give me a prosthetic arm? What is the use of that thing?" Zagru shook his head and said, "Of course it is not a prosthetic arm, but a real arm." Chiyu suddenly understood and said, "You are not going to find a dead person and then reattach the arm to me, are you?" Ryue nodded and said, "That's right. Your arm has not been lost for a long time, and now the meridians are still active. This is the best time. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, it will be very difficult to reattach it in the future. Chiyu, don't worry. The doctor we found is very famous in the world. As long as it goes well, it will not be much different from your previous arm. At least you can live an ordinary life." Frankly speaking, Chiyu did not want to reattach a dead person's arm from the bottom of his heart. But looking at the three women's hopeful eyes and Ryue's deep concern, he really could not refuse. So he nodded and said, "Well, when will you invite the doctor over? After all, one arm is not convenient, and I can only hug one wife. If I can get a new arm, I can hug all of you," he. Ming Ming said with slight annoyance, "I really admire you. You can think of everything in that way. You are indeed a hooligan."